See it. That was. Oh my God, guys. What the hell's going on? Madness. Craziness. Go to the hopper. Gonna feel soon. Gonna feel proper. Gotta go to the bun. Guys, it's the weekend. Are you ready? Well, of course you're ready. We're knee deep in the weekend. Enjoy that knee deep weekend feeling that we all enjoy. The knee deep weekend. Welcome in, everybody. Thanks for everybody coming in. Everybody over on the YouTube and on the Twitch. It's good to see everybody. Really, a lot of faces. Glad to see. Unhip, Cobra, my condolences, mate. I really hope everything works out, you know. That's a terrible thing. I've been seeing a lot of crazy shit going on the news over there with the hurricane and whatnot. And I've heard it's pretty goddamn bad. So everybody over there, including yourself, I really wish the best for you guys. And shit gets better real quick. Because, man, whenever you see like big... like natural disasters and whatnot in different parts, even in your own country or out of country or, you know, down the road or near the road. It's the thing that's kind of crazy is like if you just put yourself in those shoes where it's like, you know, you lost all your belongings or worse, you know. And it's just a big awful and terrible thing, and I really wish you guys the best. Totally. Man, and Alcadroid, I want to thank you too, mate, for 9 months. I don't know if you came up with this. I started, the groove got into me, so I just started, you know, sugarfooting to the jams. But, you know, what are we naming him? Or her? I don't really know what the gender of the sub baby really is. Is it? I mean, gender's really a construct anyways, you know, if you're gonna, you get me a ship's a lady, you know. Which is a weird gender to give a ship. But, you know, whatever. Let me catch up on chat here. Chuba, how do I know the eggs have gone bad? Mr. Hearsay, I don't notice any strange smells. But yet, it's been at least a month. You might check Google, Jeff, on that one before you take my opinion. But, like, you just gotta look out, see if it says salmonella on it. If it does, then you're in trouble. Over on YouTube, Poindexter, yo, yo, yo yourself, mate. Welcome in. Started smoking weed and playing the drums. I don't think they're going to let me eat them now. Yeah, obviously. That's just a big faux pas, no pas. It's 5,000? Well, that's good. Yeah, that's another thing too. I had a neighbor who was when I grew up in Oklahoma, so I'm no stranger to crazy ass storms and crazy weather and so forth. And yeah, when I grew up for a long time, it was about 14 years, 12, 14 years. And our neighbor, he was a lineman, electrical lineman, you know, and whenever a tree went down and took out a cable, you know, he was one of those guys that went out and worked on it and whatnot. And, you know, I always thought it was crazy. And to this day, I'm still like, man, I can't believe he did that all the way into retirement. That's nuts. But, I mean, he must have enjoyed a little piece of it. I saw that too on Hip about the major interstate. So that's crazy too. Well, yeah, like I said, mates, I really hope things turn around really fast for you guys. Things get better quick. I guess the worst part, debatably, is over. The storm. Although I haven't dug that deep into it, so. That all. What else is? Sorry, everything's all slow here. I'm trying to refresh screens. Screen refresh. Time capsule. Take me to the past. It doesn't work. I love National. Oh yeah. Changed rig build and have went frequency central for boards and front plates. Ordering all the rest from Tata. Works out a lot cheaper. All through hole 17 modules around 800 quid. Ooh. So if I'm understanding you correctly, Alcadroid, you went and you went and donated a bunch of DIY dollars to Frequency Central for a bunch of their modules. Just making sure I'm capitulate. I don't think that's the right word. I worked with a guy all week. He kept using words wrong, and it kept really driving me nuts. He used one of my favorite words incorrectly constantly, which is infer, and I kept telling him, I'm like, dude, you got to stop doing that, man. Well, first I was really nice. I was like, hey, man, you keep using that word, infer. A really good way to know how to use it correctly is the statement, a listener infers, a speaker implies. So you can't say that I'm inferring something to you, okay? That doesn't make any fucking sense. I'm implying. You're inferring. And he's like, oh, okay. And then he just keep doing it. And I was like, you're killing me, man. You got to learn the difference between infer and imply. And I even told him my favorite anecdote for it, which there was an episode of Law & Order Special Victims Unit where there was a guy, the criminal thought he was a smarty pants, and he used infer incorrectly. And I can't remember his name, but Vincent D'Onofrio's character was like, it corrected him, and like it was such a smug little correction, and it sent the guy into his and then he admits he did it all. It was pretty powerful shit. Valley of Appalachia, the rain is running from mountains into the rivers, and there's a few dams. Ah, damn. Theo over here tearing into Matt because he is throwing a tantrum and everyone in chat is justifiably calling him petty. I'm sorry, what? Muscle Man? I missed the context there. Who's Theo and Matt? Should I know them? Yeah, specifically the cheap piano plates from the modules from Freak all through whole parts. I'm ordering myself. So that's fantastic, mate. I'm super hyped on that. I'm a big fan of Frequency Central's modules and Rick Holt. He's a cool guy. He's really chill. I follow him on social media, and I don't know. I get good vibes from the guy. I feel like he's a stand-up cat. $200 for the through-hole parts and for 17 modules. Yeah, it's not too bad. And one benefit to Alcadroid, when you go all in on like a particular designer or an engineer, you end up getting a lot of common components. Like, they don't vary out and get like some weird value unless they absolutely have to. So when you're ordering parts for that, like with nonlinear circuits, there's like, you know, maybe maybe 3 or 4 dozen parts that he uses on everything. And so if you just buy in bulk of that and get the discounts and everything from it, win, 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 win. Poindexter on YouTube. On Libra IRC right now, a viewer recognized me there in Linux Off Topic other day. Don't recall the username though. I feel like I'm missing half a conversation here. I don't know what I'm at. Matt, owner of WordPress, is getting a reality check in person by Theo, tech Twitch streamer, among other things, for his harming of a large group of users of his software because he and the owner of WordPress engine are having beef. Oh, shit. I don't know if I have a dog in this race, though. I like drama, though. That's my dirty pleasure, is YouTube drama. You know, I watch the videos like, can't believe what this guy did. This guy ended his whole YouTube career by doing this. She told lies, and now her YouTube career is over. You know, I like that. It's kind of fun. They're like cautionary tales for idiots. Like, every one of them I watch, I'm like, well, duh. Did they not know that? Yeah, you can't do that. That's totally not no. Well, now they'll have to get a regular job. After doing his power supply, the rest of his Arsenal modules are designed similar with similar parts, etc. Yeah, the other thing I like about Frequency Central's modules is a majority of them, some of them it's a little bit different, but a lot of them that I built, like the newer stuff, he designs it practically idiot proof. He makes it so easy to work on and build that he basically just designs it for the person that's going to end up having to solder it instead of just trying to get everything in its spot. It's frame drop. That's a big one. That's why I use Hugo and Get, Fug WordPress. Yeah, I think I tried to use WordPress for like an e-commerce thing, and I bought like a year of it, and I didn't do shit with it for like an entire year. I never migrated my store or anything, and I was like, I'm gonna stop. I'm not gonna do it anymore. Yeah, exactly. I tried that out and it wasn't, it didn't roll. So, you know, although honestly, what I have now isn't a whole lot better. I'm thinking about maybe switching the store over to Etsy. But I need to find out if they do a couple of things. Reproposer. Is that right? Did I say that right? Reproposer. Yeah. Over on YouTube. Hey yourself, mate. Welcome in. We're kicking it here. I just did like a really long gig. It was probably I honestly I didn't think it was a big deal, but like halfway into the gig, I realized I've never done a show that large before, where I was the lead. I kind of did like something that was almost as big, but I didn't have nearly as a large of a PA. The PA I had was kind of, it wasn't dog shit, but it was definitely not. It was more like maybe cat or what's another animal that bunny shit. It was, yeah, it was bunny shit. No, it was okay. I had a Meyer line array for that show, but it was the Minas or the I don't know. Either way, I didn't. The PA was kind of I didn't. But this show I had debatably worse, but they kind of worked out fine. These speakers, DB Technologies, not D and B. Now, and just for the people, and just so I'm clear, so D and B make speakers. They make concert line array speakers, and they are extremely high end. You usually see them in festivals and big rigs and so forth. And they're big. They're beasts. That's their through and through design. I have never touched any. I've never worked with any because I just don't do that kind of work very often. But sometimes, you know, weird stuff will float through. DB Technologies is some other fucking crazy, I don't know who they are. And their speakers were so, I had a lot of trouble with them. They're powered speakers, so you got to run XLR to them and then daisy chain it. It does have network capabilities, but they didn't have it set up for that. I don't know. It was a bit of a butt in the pain, but amazingly, it worked. I only had one cluster that was noisy, and this dipshit stage manager, oh man, he like pointed it out to everybody on comm. I was like, oh dude, dick. Anyways, I'm feeling like my Morty right now. Is Dreamweaver still a thing? Oh my god, I used to use that back in the day for web development. I don't even know what the hell you would use now. I guess not Dreamweaver. A lot of pre-made stuff you don't know how to code HTML. I'm kind of bummed since all the crap with Helene. My school is going to probably be closed this week, and I have a Adobe Premiere Pro certification. Oh man, that's a bummer, mate. That's a bummer. Oh well. You know what? In like a year, it'll all be so far in your rearview mirror, you'll have a hard time remembering. Unfortunately. That's a year from now. But yeah, so the PA, it was 4 clusters. I'm gonna see if I can get some photos to show you guys. I have to, you know, block out company and names and stuff on it. Because I don't think I'm okay to show it. But if I block out the other stuff, who cares, right? Right? Let's see. Oh, you know, I already threw it in the trash, but I didn't empty my trash. So... I don't think this has any company names on it. All right, that's a good one. We'll keep that one. Sorry, I'm putting together my presentation that I probably should have. Sure, we can do that. Oh, cool. None of this stuff has company logos on it. I didn't realize this. This is great. We're just gonna slide by. We don't need that. I don't know why I opened it. This is stupid stuff. Stupid stuff. That's kind of cool. And stupid stuff. All right. Might have to do with the power still gone. Yeah, Dreamweaver is still going. Yeah, I'm going to get a certificate in semester. The creative design professional title seems like a good web design thing. But what do web develop? What's what's a good dev environment for web development? Since I haven't messed with that in a bajillion years, I can't even. Everything's a WYSIWYG now, so I don't even have to, you know, I mean, you have to get into the code, but it's like, you know, it's all compartmentalized. Let's see here. I like my mohawk I inadvertently have. I think it makes me look sexy. And a little bit dangerous, but mostly sexy. Sexy, dangerous. Yeah, you know what, Chaos? That's what I was thinking. I was thinking Visual Studio, because I've been using that for a lot of dev work, because I, you know, for coding, and you know, what little coding I ever do, but for little things, and I really like it because it's just kind of a one-stop shop. And if you need something, you can kind of just attach it, you know. So it's not too bad. The standard, I guess, is WordPress, Wix, Visual Studio, or Dreamweaver. Yeah, but I would consider WordPress and Wix to be like a WYSIWYG type thing. But I guess you could get down to the nuts and bolts and whatnot and just straight code it, I suppose. I've never really messed with those programs other than using its, you know, basic interface. I avoid JavaScript whenever possible. HTML only for structure, CSS only for style, layout, preferably CSS2, not 3. And I don't give a thing about different browsers. Either a browser can work with this standard or it's not a browser worth being supported. Well, yeah, I think you just have to support Chrome, Firefox, Chrome, and Safari, I guess. Well, I guess what's Microsoft's one? Edge or whatever the hell? I don't know. I turned that thing off so fast. It like just gulped all the RAM for like something really simple. Yeah, and that's what I like about Visual Studio Code is that, or VS Code, is that because it does the highlighting, the syntax, all that thing, that's really helpful to me. And, you know, 20 years ago, that kind of existed, but not in real time. So you kind of could make a mistake and not even realize it until you tried to debug it with like one of the little programs. Over on YouTube, Poindexter, I use Chromium. Oh, okay. Yeah, I've heard of that too. You know, back in the day, I did, you know, I was the guy that was supposed to make web pages for the band and stuff like that, but I kind of figured out I'm not very good at that. I mean, maybe I could if I spent more time, but no. Hey, Loff, welcome on. Welcome on. Welcome in, is what I was trying to say. Vivaldi. Wait, that's a thing? I thought it was a composer. Don't mind that either. I don't mind Emacs. No Emacs. No. But yeah, Vim is quite chill too. Oh, interesting. Okay. Interesting. Oh, stripped down Chrome? Yeah, I might look into that. I was using Chrome-based stuff. Like I had, Opera GX. I was rolling with that for a little bit, but then one day I just looked at it and it was like taking like 16 gigs of RAM. And I was like, fuck this. And I went back over to Firefox. I just migrated everything over. And it eats a little bit, but it's not so bad. And I just kind of was like, you know, I'm just going to use Firefox. I'll be all right. I hate Opera Chrome. Basically everything else. I just use Edge. Oh, so you're a big Edge fan. Interesting. Interesting. I haven't really given it enough tries. I'm not on PC enough, like Windows enough. That's not my daily driver platform. I basically use it for the stream and games. But that's it. Like when I'm just like surfing the web, I'm on my Mac, but I'm on the Firefox because, you know, Firefox. How dare you? That's great, mate. I got the best browser downloads out of Edge, and it doesn't tank performance. Hey! I'm always interested in people's takes on that. You guys are smart. I mean, you're in this channel. So I'm always interested in a lot of y'all's takes on that kind of stuff. Because I don't know shit. And I don't want to read a bunch of buttholes that I don't know in Reddit or whatever telling me what's good. That was me complimenting you guys. It was kind of a weird backhanded compliment, but trust me, it was from the heart. Or I might check Chromium out. I'm good with Firefox right now. So on the stream machine, I have 3 instances of Firefox running with with tabs. Now, they're not loaded up, but there's some beasts in there. And if I go to Ramadang Dong. Oh, wait, no, I gotta go to process. So according to this, it says Firefox is using 1.2 gigs of RAM. And I think I have 16 on this machine. Yeah. We got 16 on the machine, so we're sitting at 8. So that's not bad. That's actually pretty good. Yeah, I had to bump out of. I had to quit using Opera GX, or whatever it was, Opera GX, because it was just eating all my RAM, and I for the time being, I'm kind of waiting out the Apple Silicon thing, and I don't want to invest in a MacBook Pro or anything like that yet, because I don't know. I've been around enough. I kind of know, like, I'm just going to wait a little bit longer. So I've been buying the MacBook Airs because they're fairly reasonably priced. Although this latest gen is was a little bit more expensive than I like. But nonetheless, it holds up pretty well. But the part that I kind of is that I got the 8 gig RAM unit. instead of the 16 gigs, because 16 gigs was like $200 more, which I know you all are yelling, and I get it. I know what you're saying. You don't have to say it. I'm mad too. But the fact is, you got to pay to play, and I didn't want to pay for 8 more gigs, so I'm running at 8 on this, and it's kind of, I might have to get myself a bigger Mac eventually, like a couple of years. Oh, yo, we got Perchus in the house. Mate, how you doing? Happy weekend to you. I hope you're doing well. I think I just now saw you there. I think Firefox is the least bad option. Yeah, I'm kind of with you on that one too, Lop. I kind of feel, I've been going through them, and I'm like, all right, I'm just going to use Firefox. I have a friend of mine who I usually agree with a lot of his opinions, and I trust a lot of his opinions on it, and he's, you should just use Firefox. And I'm like, all right, bro. I'll put Firefox on until I find a reason not to. Yeah, well, this is a brand new Mac. I bought it like a month ago. But, Well, RAM isn't my primary concern. Upgrade to 10 to 64 gig. Yeah, well, yeah, and that's the thing. Like Mrs. Heresy, we built her machine, and I think we have 32 gigs in there because it's just not that expensive to buy sticks of RAM these days. And this is a slightly older gen, so it's not like the latest and the greatest RAM. So there's a nice little price discount. But I stopped myself from buying it because I was like, what the hell is she gonna need 64 gigs of RAM for? She doesn't multitask. It's not like she leaves, a video editor up, 20 browser pages with 20 tabs a piece, and 15 other programs. She doesn't do that. She runs like a browser at the most, and Steam, very, very light stuff. So I was like, you know what? I bet 32 more gigs of RAM would be even cheaper in the future when we actually discover we'll need it. How about I wait until then? We'll just have to be inconvenienced a couple of days for it to be delivered. That's fine. Poindexter over on YouTube, on the Linux installation, Ubuntu Chromium runs more efficiently than Firefox. Interesting. You would think it would. You think it wouldn't work that way? That's, Interesting. Yeah, 32 I think is more than sufficient. If you're doing some crazy stuff, if you're running a lot of like memory intensive things, then of course that's different, but yeah. But 8's a little anemic in my opinion. But whatever, mates. It's not impossible. I build CPUs at my work, and do you want to ask something about performance? Tell me what you want to build. Well, we already built, so what was this, about 6 months ago, we built we built a stream machine for Mrs. Heresy, and it has enough juice and everything so she could play some games. We got her a really, really sweet ass 1440 monitor that I really want to get one as well because that thing is badass. I think it's 27 inches. And I don't remember. It was really great specs. But so we got her that, and the video card is actually super conducive to the 1440 monitor. And oh yeah, it can do 100 hertz too, so you can run high frame rate and everything on it. And she has another monitor that's 4K, but the way that she has it set up, that's her pass-through monitor for her PlayStation. So the PlayStation goes in through a capture card and does pass through to the monitor. But I have another cable running to the monitor, so if you switch it, it'll click over to dual monitor. But again, you have to know who you're dealing with. And in this scenario, Mrs. Heresy, she just doesn't care about that kind of stuff. And the way it's set up right now, I think she likes it. But I'd like to get it set up so she could stream some PC games, because I think she'd have a lot of fun with some of those. Yeah, it's fun. Oh yeah, guys, get ready because things are heavy. We got none other than Mr. X in the chat somewhere there. I'm pointing. Mr. X, willkommen. Guten Abend. Guten Abend. Guten Abend. I'm just gonna pretend like I never said it again. Single core, single thread, and slow. Oh my God, North End Terra. Guten Nacht. Well, isn't that good night though? That's like isn't that like a how you say goodbye though? Isn't Guten Nacht is like a so long kind of thing? Help me out. I think Guten Abend is a greeting, and Guten Nacht. I don't know. Germany, help me out here. But my understanding was Guten Nacht is like, have a good night. Check you later. And Guten Abend is like, good evening. It's like a way of welcoming somebody. But it could be Guten Nacht is good night, yes, and Guten Abend works. Hitting 2 a.m. here, bedtime. Hey, Alcadroid, take care, mate. Take care. Oh, I thought about you the other day on this gig. Me and one of the other guys, we went to this pub restaurant place in downtown Phoenix. And I don't know, maybe it's Irish themed or whatever, but they had this big Guinness harp tap. And it was away from all their other drafts, and everything was on its own side. And I looked at it and I thought of you. And I was like, oh yeah, I know a guy who likes that Guinness. And I was telling my buddy about, I know a guy who likes Guinness. Okay, so thank you, Chaos. That's what I thought. I thought from my studying of German, yeah, good Morgen, guten Tag, guten Abend, or guten Abend, depending on grammar, is like, yeah. And then gute Nacht is like, have a good night, or, okay. We're just learning all kinds of shit today. I love it. Yeah, take care, Alcadroid. Yeah, I wanted to have one, but I had to go back, and I was afraid people would be close enough to me so that they'd smell beer, and I was like, I can't risk that. Yeah, the show I did, oh man, it was big. So it was a 3,000 person show, or 2,997. And so it was a bit brutal. My experience with Blood Semester 25 years ago in high school. Yeah, you know what's funny, North End Terra? So I took German, and I studied it in high school as well. And then I discovered Germans don't understand other German dialects. There's like a big disconnect, and it's taken me years to kind of formulate this together. But we had a foreign exchange student from Germany. I cannot remember where in Germany he was from. I just remember when we said, hey, do you understand our teacher, who was not native to Germany, never lived there. She just took it. She had like a master's degree or whatever. She had a high education in it. But again, her teacher probably wasn't a German-speaking, a native. So it was kind of like the blind teaching the blind teaching the blind, and then they taught us. It was very bad. And so we have this exchange student come in, and we're like, how do you, can you understand our, what do you think of our teacher? And he's like, I don't understand a goddamn thing she's saying. I'm paraphrasing a little bit with the colorful language, but you understand. He's like, yeah, I don't understand anything she's saying. I try to get her to speak English as quickly as I can, because when she starts speaking in German, it's just a bunch of nonsense that I have to figure out what I think she's trying to say. And he's like, it's a lot of extra work. But when she speaks English, I'm like, yes, the bathroom's over there. And that cracked me up. All right. Let me share a little bit of the gig that I did. Well, there it is. So this, I'm gonna check something real fast. Hold up, make sure it doesn't say the company. Yeah, that's funny. They normally like put their stupid name everywhere, but I don't see it anywhere. So this is the truss map for the show. So, oh yeah, let me get the picture here. So when I started the gig, I took like a picture of the ballroom. Yeah, it's a little bit better one. So here's the ballroom. And this is like the furthest corner. So this makes it as big as I can make it look. But it's pretty good size. Over here, these are the motors that are going to hold the truss that I'll show you in a second here. And they're hanging basically. This is a working height. They're already chained up. So the rigging department came in probably the night before, the day before, and hung all these motors. All these points are predetermined. Everything's already worked out way in advance, because there's a lot of precision measurements that have to be done, and you have to get the correct piece of equipment. For example, one thing that's screwed up is in the middle they have a big screen, and they have a projector hanging from a piece of truss to hit that screen. But for some reason I never got onto, it was 2 feet upstage, so it was 2 feet further away from the projector, and we were at the end of the lens, so we couldn't zoom out to fill it anymore. So they had to fly another lens in that was going to be able to accommodate that. But that was like a simple mistake, easy to fix. I had a ton of mistakes because they didn't consider the brakes in the truss, and they just gave me extra cable, but they gave me all kinds of different cable. It was stupid. Let me what the heck? Oh, that's cool. I didn't know. Ooh. I didn't know you could do that. So this is that same Trusco. Now they cut off the ends, so I think yeah, cuts off because they just need me to see this part. But it keeps going. So where I was earlier with that photo is basically... it's basically over here. Oh, wait. I have a... Well, I'll show you another map later. But either way, the way this works is pretty wild. So we have our speaker clusters here. So here's one array, here's one array. This is the right main hangs. This is your main hang, and this is your outfill. And then on the left, you're gonna just repeat what I said, but put the word left in place of it. And then hanging off the truss here, we have our delay lines, and there's 4 of them. 2 are for the outfills, and then 2 are the centers. Because of a limitation on the number of mix buses on the console, I wanted to have 1, 2, 3, 4, but I had to do insides and outsides because the timing is a little bit different from the 2. As far as how you time these to the relationship to the speaker. I hope I'm not getting too far ahead of myself. But when you do a PA, you basically have to, you create a 0 point, and there's a big argument on where the 0 point would be. Some people think it's at the subs. Some people think it's at the speakers in the sky. Some people think it's the first arrival time from the floor speakers. I just do what fucking sounds good, and almost every time, I mean, the sub sounded like dog shit on this gig. But I didn't care. I was like, I don't think I can make them not suck. So, the ceiling is very low. Does that change the acoustic? No, that's a 27-foot high ceiling. Trim height was 27 feet in the air. Give me a second here. I'll try to go back to the photo. So, like, yeah, you can't really see, but that's a door. That's a giant door. That's like an 8-foot tall door. So, 16, 24, 27 feet is basically that trim height. We'll get to the trim page here in a second. You listen to this all day? Awesome. Awesome. Well, if you guys have questions, I'm trying to go from explaining this and trying not to stumble over my shit. I hadn't put this together. But this is my job. This is what I do all the time. And it's really not super sophisticated.
Pick 30.
Oh my god, mate!
Work is nuts, but I check in when I can.
Romulus, mate, cheers to you. Thank you so very much for the 30 months. I'm gonna give you the hand heart, baby. Thank you so much for the 30 months. I greatly appreciate it. Man, when are they gonna quit taking the screws to you? They've been working you so hard lately, mate. I'm giving you a hard time. I bet it's all worth it, and you know, good old, you know, sometimes you got to bust ass for a few years before you can shift down, or shift up, or shift to neutral. Either way, you know, don't work too hard. Love what you do, man. Hey, thanks, mate. You appreciate it, man. Really appreciate it. Okay. Well, thanks again. Let me think. I forgot what I was talking about. I kind of finished that joint and I realized it went to my brain. Oh yeah, we were talking about time alignment. That's right. So you have to time align all these speakers, because what will happen is you'll have a person standing here, or actually, let's do it. Let's make it easier. Let's have a person, they're standing here. Now, keep in mind, this speaker's way up in the air, but it's actually got a really steep J. So it actually downfires pretty good. That was the only part of this build that I was like, fucking nailed it, was the downfire curve was, oh, it was perfect. Everything else sucked butt, but that, oh, I could hang out with that all day. So you're standing here where my little mouse is. Can I dream? Yeah. So here, I'm standing here, I'm listening to the music. Now what will happen is let's pretend like this isn't up in the sky and we don't have to account for that distance. Let's just say it's on the ground, it's on a stick or some shit. So the sound from that is going to arrive to me first, and then I'm going to hear the sound arrive to me from that speaker second. And you'll get the tut-tut, tut-tut. Now, in this instance, it's barely going to be perceivable because it's such a small amount. You're just going to recognize it as a... If you've ever been to a concert or a deal and you're walking and you hear that flanger kind of effect, that is the phase relationship between the other speaker and how you're basically taking it from different times, and it creates this comb, and you're traveling down the comb as you walk, sort of speak. But what you have to do is accommodate for that distance. Now, in this particular one, because these speakers are up in the air, it turned out the time alignment was so small, I didn't fuck with it. I couldn't even get consistent readings. I got like 0.5 milliseconds, which I don't even fuck with anything under 3. So it was moot. Sometimes I got up to 1.2 milliseconds. So I didn't do any time alignment here because then you kind of get into stereo perception. Oh shit, no, it's coming up. No. Now, to do echo cancellation, there's not a whole lot you can do. You can drape the walls. So if they wanted to, they could put this really tall drape up that goes all the way around the walls. But it would cost, and I'm not exaggerating, over 10, 20 grand, maybe a day. So they're not going to pay for that. What you end up doing is when you have your speakers up in the air, you try to aim towards the ground. Let me get rid of me real quick. So see these walls here? So that's the wall we were hitting into. So you try to aim to person height, roughly about 5-6 feet off the floor is where you try to aim at. These were not. These hit the fucking top, but it actually, I was able to turn them down and up. It wasn't a big deal. But this whole thing I was giving is more exaggerated when you're over here. So now I'm going to hear this speaker first, and then I'm going to hear this one, 30, 40, 70 milliseconds later. I don't think I wrote down my times, but I think it was like 50 milliseconds or 70 milliseconds. So, what you do as an audio engineer, there's a couple different ways you can pull it. You can measure it physically with a tape measure, or I use a laser disto, or you can also use a speaker calibration program like Smart to do it. And you guys have seen, I brought up Smart before. It's what I use to trace like the EQ responses and stuff like that. But you can use Smart too to determine time delay. It's pretty cool. You put a speaker, you just put your microphone in at one point. So in this instance, I would have put it right here, and I'd fire this speaker and have it, and you'll hit a button that says detect delay, I think. So it detects the delay, and then it poops it out and says it's 55 milliseconds, 25 feet, 32 meters, or whatever the hell. That almost sounds like that could be real, but let's. Then I turn off the pink noise on that, and then I fire it out of this one and take a measurement, and then it'll say it's 17 feet, 9 meters, 8 milliseconds. And I subtract the time from that, to that. So I forgot what I fucking said. 53, and then I said 12. Let's make 12 because that's easier math. So that would be 31. So now you punch 31 milliseconds into the delay for these pair of clusters because the relationship is going to be we had to screw this up. This side got kind of wonky, but it got further out than it was supposed to, but it worked. But either way, the relationship is going to be nearly identical. So you put that. These will all fire out 31 milliseconds after that one happens. So what happens is our same scenario. You're standing there chilling, listening to the jams, and this speaker fires, and this one right here waits, and as this sound travels, it travels, boom! The delay fires, and now the two waves can consonate or converge or whatever with each other, and it has a really interesting effect because it basically reinforces the sound and sharpens it a little bit. You can do some wild shit. I've seen some, like, Dave Rat has, like, crazy... Dude's fucking brilliant. He knows how to do this cardioid stack thing where you can aim it and you can basically create, like, not focused beams, but way more directional and stuff. But in this simple thing, we're just having them piggyback on each other so that when they both arrive, they poop out, and I hear it fine. I don't hear pop-pump. You know, I don't hear tut-tut or anything like that. It's instant. Now, if you turned the PA down really, really low and you heard the person, like let's say we had a drum set. The drum's the best example. And they hit the snare, you need to have the PA loud enough so that you never hear the stage noise, because then you're going to hear a tun-tun. But typically at concerts and stuff, you're far enough away that's not an issue, or it's loud enough that that's not an issue. Oh, I think we're going to have an ad here in a second. Oh, it is rolling. So I'll chill for a second with a classic after ad brag. Oh, I should have done an ad dab. What am I, an amateur? Oh, mates, I'm so glad to be back from this gig. It was a good gig, but oh my God, I cannot explain to you how much fucking stress it was. And then for some dumb, weird reason I don't understand, I think there's something wrong with me. But, oh, hold on. After all that stress of building that PA, which took 2.5 days, like, once we got into show, all I could think about was, like, I can't wait to do this again. I don't know what's wrong with me. I think it's because I got it fucking working, and I just felt like God. You know, it's just like when we fix stuff here. You know, it's like when I figure out what's wrong, and it, you know, or discover it more commonly. I'm just so hyped that that rush is so nice. But in this scenario, I get to sit through the rush, and then there's more rushes to come. Because once you do the show, that's pretty... But anyways, so that's basically how the PA is set up. Some other cool stuff here. So they wrote out, like, the hang. So we had to run 100 feet, which none of this is correct. We had to run a lot more. Because you run from the ground. There's a power supply here. And this is where my console was. And this pink-ish, or whatever this color is, feed, is my delay feed. So it goes up and then it spiders out 2 to this, 2 to that. But we had to put a brake here because this truss and this truss, actually this truss and this are service truss, and they had to go up separately from all the truss going, from left to right. So it was, we had to break this. I held up the show, I held up the build, and the TD was like flipping out. I was kind of like, I wonder if I'm gonna get fired. More free time. I don't know. It's great. Good evening. Yeah, it's pretty freaking satisfying to have to do a ton of troubleshooting during the build, only to have a great show in the end. I know, that was the thing. The show was flawless. I think I messed up one little thing, but honestly, it was the show caller. I'm almost positive he didn't tell me to open the guy's mic. He told me to open his, because we had like a guy that was like the musical act, and he was like a DJ basically, and he played everybody on and stuff. And I pushed up that part, but I didn't push up his mic, and I could have sworn I was, oh. It says we have wonky connections. Holy shit. Yeah. What's that? That's not good. I PM'd on top of LDing as usual, but my shows a couple of weeks ago, and same thing, ran around like crazy for 4 hours from load in to start the show, and then awesome show. Yeah. Well, we had like, this line array was buzzing, and then, yeah, we held up a lot of shit because I was told this was all going up at once. And that was not true. So we had to make a break. And I assigned it to some guys, but they were kind of green. They were kind of new, so they kind of did a horrible job. And then I had to troubleshoot that for a while after we connected it and tried to figure out what the fuck was going on. It was, I don't know. It was really, it was a little irritating. And I kind of remembered, honestly, like, it's a reminder of something, and I've been out of practice for it, honestly, because I've been lucky enough to just either work by myself or work with people I know. And we've worked together a dozen times, so we just know, hey, I'll do this, you do that. We just kind of divide and conquer. I forgot the hardest part about this job is delegating and communicating and getting your hands and your help to do the job and to do it correctly, and everything like that is it's just a ton of work. And when I got into this business, I learned that was a skill I greatly lacked. And like the complexity, this new piece of gear, this giant, none of that frightened me. It was, I've got how many hands? How am I going to get them to do their thing? And, I've gotten a little bit old, and I kind of just forgot, and I guess lazy. I don't know, man. I didn't do a good job on that. And if I had a time machine, I would definitely fix that in the future. But, all lessons are good lessons. Or I don't know. I was trying to come up with something really prophetic, but... How many? So this. So the first day we had a lot of different. We had different ones. So we had truck loaders or truck unloaders, and that was probably like 6 or 10 guys. And then my department had me and the A2, and then we had 2, 4, 6, 8. We had about 8 guys. And the lighting department probably had about 20. The carpentry department had a good 10 people. The video department was about a dozen, and then we probably had another dozen hands. So I'd say like the first day crew was probably around 40, 50 50 dudes. There's some ladies in there too. I don't mean to sound like it's all dudes. It's easier to use that unit of measurement. I should say spines. There you go. We had like 40, 50 spines. Yeah, that was the first day. And then the second day, all the truss was floating and everything was kind of on it. So we were good after that part. I don't have any pictures of that. Hey, you guys! Yeah, exactly. Can you dig it? So here's a nice photo. So this, I don't know what program this is. They sent this to me. But this is the heat map, as some would call it. So this is our entire ballroom as well. That truss where it cut off here, it now continues all the way out. That photo I took earlier, this photo is from this point in the room. And this motor right here is this motor right here, etc., etc. Whoa! Whoa!
30, here I come.
It's 30. Let's go, mate. Thank you so very much for the 3 months. Wow. Let's go, mate. Solipsistic home. I always try. I don't know, mate. I gotta figure out like a abbreviation. SP. Like skinny puppy? I don't know, maybe that's too quiche. Thank you again, mate. I really appreciate it. And even though I butcher your name, that means a lot. So here's all the same speakers too. It kind of helps. So these are our delays, and then these are our mains, these are our subs, and these are our center fills. These little 5-1, this is part of the software. Those are the color codings. I think it shows it somewhere. No, like 5 is purple. So you'll see a purple here and it shows the frequency response. It's kind of cheesy. It's not important. But what you see is, so the chairs had to go all the way to here. So these boxes actually blow at like 100 degrees, I think. So we actually almost were hitting the screen. So there's this big screen here, big screen. It's a giant screen, I should say. And then there's another giant one on the other side, of course. And then we had a big screen in the middle. And then this giant fucking deck. But this kind of illustrates what's going on. So you can it starts to get pretty soft over in here. It honestly wasn't too bad. I walked the coverage. It was great. It was definitely hot in these spots, but I thought it was a good hot. I don't know. I did get complaints I was a little too loud in the front row and then a little bit too loud out of the gate. But I don't know. I'm always kind of go hot at the very beginning and then I pull it back once I start feeling things out. But I didn't feel it out fast enough. But, these are all the chairs. It's in a weird configuration. I've never seen it like this, but it's pretty cool. I dug it. I don't know what these freaking lines are for. Oh, no, these are the lines for the subs and the centers. Those are goofy. Oh, never mind. These are the lines for the arcs, for the center points. Oh!
If you're in the front row and think it's too loud, that's on you,
Yeah, well, in this, they're like the big wigs. So they like text like, tell them to turn it down. You know, they're all mad. But you know what's funny is I turned it down and I only did like a very modest adjustment and never heard a complaint again. So it wasn't that bad. Let's see. What other deals? Oh yeah, here's a close-up of how I had to do the hangs and how to orient them. Oddly enough, completely missing freaking angles. Or I don't see them. Do you guys see them? I don't see them. Otherwise, I would have brought out my angleometer and went, hey, look, are we at this many degrees? Because I can use the, I don't know, man. Some people. And then, here's the angles for all the boxes. So in these line arrays, you can adjust their angles, and you get your J curve. What is the color indication? Oh, it's the level. So I don't know if there's a. Now there's not a key here, but you go from red to blue. So, heat map. Scrain, thank you so much for the 5 months. I think I got distracted somehow. I don't know what just happened there. Oh, yeah. I'm just insane. I interrupted myself. That's what I did. Thank you again, mate. Appreciate it. Let's see here. Oh, yeah. Angles. You can see that we can get up to 15 on these. That's kind of cool. These numbers aren't right. This is like a wire. This is like a goofy drawing to try to tell me how to wire it up. It looks much more complicated than it is, but these are all the speakers. So there's eight hangs of 6, and then you have your subs, and then we have our others. We have speakers for a DJ and foldback, and then we had center fill speakers. We're using these Yamaha TIOs, which are 16 ins and 8 outs. And then we had, these nice switches. These are wireless microphones. We're using Axients. They're all Dante'd. That's another fascinating thing that I think some of y'all would probably appreciate more. So the entire show is digital the entire way. Okay, except Video Village, because that part they weren't getting. I asked if they had any AVIOs, and they're like, "Oh, we don't send those." And I'm like, "You should." But we'll talk just microphones. So my microphone here, I have this pack, and this is just a regular old school pack, and it uses. I don't think it has a digital encoding. I don't know. I think the ULXPs aren't digital. I don't think there's any digital. And the way these things work is they'll use a carrier wave, and then the signal will be sent over it, and then they invert the carrier wave, basically like a wireless version of a balanced cable. But it's important that is. Now, these packs that are in the show are Axients, and all the newer Shure stuff for the last 10 years is just digital the entire way. So once you speak into it, it goes into the preamp, then it's digitized, and it stays ones and zeros the entire way. So we get into here. These are the receiver racks. All these connections here are Cat 6 or fiber. My connection between the switch, so there's 2 switches too, it's a redundant system, is a fiber line between that and front of house. So going back to our deal here, there's fiber running from here all the way to here to plug into a switch that I have up at front of house. And then, they would have given me another table? I don't know why they didn't. I wouldn't have used it. But anyways, so you have a fiber line here, which is, I think it's 4 channels. But they use it, transmit receive for 1 gigabit, and then transmit receive for another gigabit. Now there are some that will do asynchronous. but you have to get this little adapter, and it basically works off of if it needs to or something. I don't know. I got to learn more. My buddy showed me, and it was so awesome to be able to just have to use one chunk of fiber. Signal flow chart. Yeah, I know, right? It helps ease the mind. So they work, and these were all in the 500 megahertz range. That's one of the few ranges that are left. We have like a little bit of 400, like half of 400, and then 500, and that's it. When I started, 700 went away, but we still had 600. Now 600's gone, and now it's just 500 that's left. But anyways, like I was saying, it's all digital, and then it goes to my mixer. Mixer does its audio blending, and then once it hits to the TO outputs, then it gets treated to analog, and then we go down the line, which, honestly, now that I say that out loud, it kind of bums me out. What's cool about an L-acoustic system, which is normally what I work on, it's digital all the way to the amplifiers. And then the amplifiers take that signal and figure out the best way to send it. God. And honestly, you use AES EBU for that, so, and that's why they sent the okay, never mind. Whatever. It worked fine. And honestly, as dumb as a name as DB Technologies is, the speakers sounded pretty good. I didn't have to do any shaping. I didn't bother. I hit them. So what I'll do, like, you know, whenever we'll do like smart, and we'll a calibration program, and we'll look at the EQs and so forth. So you do that with speakers as well, but it's a little kind of not an exact science, because you're getting refractions, you're getting all this stuff. It kind of is a little bit tricky. And but I hit it, and I looked at them, and I was honestly like, that doesn't look bad. That actually has a nice, fairly decent curve. There aren't bumps. And I was like, I think I can work with this. And so I started putting like music through that I know what it's supposed to sound like, and I kind of have a good sense. And I was like, I think this will work. And then I checked my mic at the end of the night, and I heard myself in the PA, and I mean, the PA's aiming at me, and I wasn't getting any feedback, and I had buttloads of room. Like, it was loud. And I was like, all right, I think we're good. And what was that? Let me see if I can find any other good photos here. That's probably good enough. I don't want to put too much of it. I don't want to inadvertently put company info out there or anything like that. They would not like it. But that's what I did for the last week. We actually finished up today. We had the strike, which is where you tear everything down and put it in the back of a truck. And that actually went super fast. I'm still kind of in awe that we were able to take that whole thing down and walk away after 5 hours. They had truck loaders to do the last half, so it still worked out. Oh, Royale. New future technology. The show itself was really, really simple. It was like an hour and a half of show every day. And I didn't even have to do, I had to do a little bit of stingers and walk-ons. And I got to use this program again that I really like. The name was dumb. It's called QLab. But the program itself is pretty badass. Where the hell did I put it? There it is. Let me see. So it's a program where you basically can build all these different cues, and you can automate them or you can run them manually. So if you wanted to do like a somewhat complex macro, this would be a way to do it. With some say, hey, Mr. X, no worries, man. Thank you so much for coming in. Super appreciate you. Take care. Stay guile. I mean, that's like telling the wind to keep blowing, right? But have a good rest of the weekend, mate, and hope to see you soon. QLab is not open source. It is not. I don't think. But it's free. There's limitations to what it does, but those limitations for... I don't know. They haven't interfered. The main limitation that interferes with me is that I can't do multi... so it just defaults to channels 1 and 2. I can't use any other channels like 5, 6, any of the other ones. It just will only let me do 1 and 2. If you get the upgrade, which I think is like $500 or $1,000, you can. But at that point, you're making money, and that's going to be a business write-off that you do. So it's not really the worst thing in the world. But for me, I don't care because all my other software, I can move it to the other I/O. So I just make this left and right and move everybody else around. The only exception is like if I were to use Spotify or VLC for background music, because I don't think either one of those support multi-channel output. Gollum Pipe does it Fortnite too. But if we put like audio cue, I don't think I have anything. Yeah, you drag a song. Let me see if I can find something we could use. Give me a second here. Here we have like music, but it's copyrighted, so this will be fun. So you drop it in, and I'm missing the top. I don't know why that. Yeah, there we go. So I like using this little controller here. You really can't see it because of how this is all framed up. It's even worse. It doesn't matter. None of this matters. So what you can do is you can go in and get your point where you want it to start. So, like, let's say I want it to start, when the beat hits, wherever that is. You zoomed in and find that point. And because this is all copyright, I'm not going to... I don't know what beachin is, though. I kind of curious. It's probably a Justin Timberlake song or something, because that's what this came from. But then, yeah, you'll hit it, you'll hit go, and it'll start playing. But it'll immediately jump to the next cue. and you can build, and it won't run the cue, but you can tell it to, and so you can get really wild. Like you can build these complex triggers that enable them. You can create timers. It gets pretty cool. I was messing with it on the last show, and this show I got to tinker with it a little bit more, and I was like, yeah, this is my jam now. Just gotta keep it simple though. I'm not gonna do. I think you have to get. Let me look it up. We can go to the. Don't save. Let's go to their website here. QLab. So. Oh man, I don't even have the latest and greatest. Where does it talk about the licensing? Yeah, here we go, shop. Yeah, so it's very expensive if you want all the features. But you're getting into very specific production level stuff, like using MIDI files or being able to use like hardware cues. So you wouldn't be able to attach. I don't know if you would be able to use like a like an APC or something like that, like a button box to trigger. That probably wouldn't work with that. And some people, that's their jam. I don't give a shit. Yeah, 128 channels of audio output. That's a real bummer for me. 24 channels of audio. So yeah, you can stack them too. So you can create really complex cues with multi-layers and mix it, stuff like that. You could also do all these crazy video tricks with it and lighting cues as well. Yeah, you can basically send DMX down the line, which is really all that lighting still uses, which is pretty neat. That tech is still around. It's pretty future-proofy. Yeah, so here you can build like a whole patch panel. You can set up video cues to pull in and out. I'm sure it does hardware interface, and I'm sure it's compatible with Companion. I don't know. I started to use it, and I've been happy with it so far. And like I said, it's free if you don't want all the crazy bells and whistles. And for some of you, that may be a total deal breaker because you're like, oh, I do want to use a MIDI. That's the whole thing I'm looking for. But or I want a soundboard and so forth. But I don't do that. 90% of the time, it's a song to play for the guy to walk up on stage, and then playing a song for the guy to walk off stage. That does not require a lot of work from my end, so I avoid it. Anyways. Yeah. Good times. Was there any questions about the speakers? Or the cables? I'm taking questions now. I'm kidding, guys. I'm just fucking with you. Yeah, you have 4 universes exactly, and nowadays oh man, I can't remember the console, but they have to ship 2 because the video card is bad, and it's like a really common one. I think it might be the Grand MA, like not the old one, the newer one. That's like yellow and black, I think, is the color scheme of it. QLab is fun, but I need to put retrigger delay on the go button. I'm too jumpy. Yeah, I will say that the way that works is a little bit It's not my jam. But before I used what was it? Not Perfect Q. Oh shoot. What was it called? Oh, I forgot the name of it now. It doesn't even, the person who originally made it, he's actually from Phoenix. He also made an industry standard for a long time, Playback Pro, but he quit developing it, and now no one uses it anymore because it doesn't work on the newer systems. And the same thing with the audio cue software that I can't think of. I keep wanting to say something else. Leo, good to see you, mate. I'm doing great. I'm doing great. I finished up a week-long gig. It started on Sunday, and it was 2.5 days of building the PA and the lighting and the video and everything, and then we had 3 days of show, and honestly, the show days were pretty painless. First day was like we came in at 8 and we were out of there by 5, which was nice. And then the other 2 days we were in at 1 o'clock, and then we were done by 5, except the last day we had to strike a little bit, but we only struck for an hour. So it was, again, very painless. No, it was the MA2. It was the MA2. And it's, the 2, and maybe he was speaking specifically to the console because he knows where it was rented from, the LD on this one. But, let me make sure I get Texas here. But, he said that the video card itself is like going out, and it goes out on them or something, and there's not much you can do, so he has to have 2 machines. So if the screen goes out on one, he can turn to the other one and look at what it says or whatnot. Yeah, those are definitely the consoles. I think that's the console to go with. That's always been the opinion of the LDs I've worked with. They're typically very happy with that console. There is a lot of other options out there in the field, a lot of compact options, and those do serve a great purpose, but I mean, if it's not going to be a big pain, just carry the bigger hammer, you know? Why do you got to use the little perfect tiny hammers? Just carry the big hammer. Does a lot of work all at once, you know? That's the problem with this gig. I wish they sent me a CL5 instead of a QL5. The CL5 mainly has a bunch of extra DSP, but more importantly for me, it had 8 extra mixes. And I don't know why though. Wait. Yeah, I think it's 8 extra mixes, and I really, really needed that. I ran out of routing really quick. So I know of that Avo lights. I know of that, but I haven't seen that on site before. So I've never really seen it in action or anything. What was it? Camsys was popular for a little bit, but I always thought that was a lot of jank. You know, it just, I don't know, it just seems silly. It was perfect though, I will say, for touring bands, because you could have the LD, have Camsys, and that would be the rig or whatever, and they could run their lights, and, you know, it was just a simple laptop or, you know, a very simple setup for them to do it, you know, just a little panel. And I'm pretty sure those things are modular, so you could expand it if you need to. But for like a touring act, that's perfect, because who wants to haul around a giant lighting console for 14 lighting cues. Oh yeah, Hog. That's another company that is pretty popular, but I always felt like they had issues because they didn't travel very well. Like one of their consoles, I've had more than one show where the hard drive came unplugged from traveling. And the second time, or maybe it was the first, I can't remember, one of those times, the dude that fixed it is like, "Oh, this happens all the time," and I'm like, "Then put some tape on it. Put a dab of glue." Just not, I mean, you can just use hot glue. Hot glue's great because it'll come off and it won't leave a residue. It's, usually you have to heat it up a little bit so it gets a little soft, and then you can peel it right off. It's easy. And unless you store your lighting console in the pits of hell, it should stay formed to what you have it on. Oh. Anyways, I digress. So I was able to order the components that we will need to complete a bunch of projects this coming week. One of the, I don't know any of those products. Actually, I can't think of any of them. I found something. I keep trying. But I think I found the micro switches that I need for the Erica Synth DIY Swamp and the baseline. So I ordered 10. Everything says they're the correct size because I took my calipers and I'm like, this says 7 millimeters. And then the thing said 7.3 and I'm like, gotta be it. And then the lead spacing lined up. So I'm like, all right, unless this is the wrong data sheet. Oh, God. I don't know if I checked that. You know what? We'll just find out. It's already in the mail. What you gonna do? As someone who always used lighting desk like a drum kit to Avo was have. Oh, really? Yeah, the LD I worked with, he primarily does music. Like he does rock and roll and music festivals from, all types of stuff. And he even does sound. That was one thing. I don't know. I'll share something with you guys because it's a little bit, I don't know. It's kind of cool. Mauser for cheats. I ordered them from Mauser. So I think we're on the last day of the show, and the LD, we have a little break. They're like, come back on, at 15 minutes, and I go with the LD, and he's gonna go. He vapes, so we go out onto the dock, and I'm like, I'm gonna smoke my vape. Well, he's got tobacco, and we're out there. We're just kind of chilling. I'm just kind of enjoying the sunlight because you're in a ballroom. There's no sun. It's kind of weird, and like out of nowhere, he says, "You're doing a really good job, man." And I was like, "Oh, thanks." He goes, "No, seriously. If they would have," and he starts referencing other people, other audio engineers that we know and that I've worked with. And he's like, if they would have sent this person, or this person, I don't think the show would have worked. I don't think it would have gone off as smoothly. And I was like, those guys are really good. And I go, I don't think there's anything wrong with any of those guys. Those guys are all excellent sound engineers. And he's like, well, take with it what you want. And then he tells me, I'm a sound guy too. I don't just do lights. And then he starts talking a little about, starts talking a little bit of sound shop. I won't bore you with it, but we did talk about cardioid or non-cardioid pattern firing for subs. I'm a big fan of end firing, but he doesn't like to do the cardioid pattern. So. What? I'm sorry? What do you mean? Cardioid pattern? Why? Actually, I don't know if I have anything to do it with. I need to get some blocks. Like some cool blocks to do it with. Let me see what I have. See if I can make something. Ooh. No, those are. Oh shit! All right. I'm back from looking for shite to talk more about sound. I should just change the stream name to Talking About Sound with Sid. But then, mess up with like YouTube or something. So, yes, you are correct. Exactly. It's one of my favorite things in audio. I think it's one of the most interesting tricks out there. Cardioid or end firing. Like I said, Dave Rat. Oh my God, he goes on about it, and he's got much better. I don't even bother making videos on the topic because, just holler at Dave. Dave's got you. The Rat Man got you. I don't know if we can call him the Rat Man. I don't know. I feel like it's a little bit too familiar, and I don't even know if that's like something he digs. Anyways, love you, Dave. Grego, welcome in, mate. How was the gig? The gig was killer. It was a lot of work. It was really, really insanely stressful, but I got it working. I got all the PA working. I had like a little bit of a nasty buzz out of the main left, but it was like you'll never notice it, And what was the other thing? I forgot. Oh yeah, and I succeeded. Like I guess I got high praise from an LD. I don't know if that really can resonate enough. How important that is. A lot of you won't understand, but when an LD complements the work of an audio engineer, there's the Medal of Honor. Okay, it's kind of, I'm not going to say it's the same thing, because that's obviously a very prestigious, a very honor, that's a big deal. But if you could get it like a couple of, just a little bit down, that's about it. Because LDs and audio guys, we have to hang out at front of house together and smell each other and look at pictures of their freaking kids. And, it's a rough life. It's not, we get confused because a lot of lighting consoles will have faders. People think that guy does the sound or that girl does the sound, or they think I'm doing the lights, and I'm like, eat shit. Gets me fired on a lot of gigs, telling them to eat shit when they say, "Are you the lights?" Fuck off. Excuse me, great job on the lighting. Go eat your shit. Excuse me, I'm the sound guy. Oh, well, can you change the music? Oh, I'm not a DJ. No. Anyways, the Medal is honor. So this is how this works. It's really cool. So you have your sub speakers. You got your speakers here. We're going to have the fronts be the gray part, the nipple, and the back, obviously, the opposite end of that. And I know they're round. I know they won't work right, but just use your powerful and very, very erotic imagination. So you have the 4 speakers here, and when you do a show and you do music and you run sound through them, what happens is it all goes out in omnidirectional. So if you ever looked at polar patterns of microphones, you get the omnidirectional mic, which will basically pull up from everywhere. Now these aren't full omni because there is a null point somewhat behind them, but it's pretty far back. Like, I need to find my old Meyer files, but like, it goes. You guys just gonna roll now? That's not cool. But it's usually back here. So you have this big ball, and it's still loud back here. A lot of shows, they'll put the PA, they'll put the subs across the front of the stage. All that bass like washes back on the stage, and it sounds like shit. It is not in the correct phase. It's just a big sea of brrr. It's awful. Hey, Synthcat, welcome in over on YouTube. Hey there, good to see the stream up. Hope you're having a good time. Yeah, mate, I just got done with a week-long gig. We just finished it this morning, struck everything, and I'm feeling good on it. Talking a little bit about sound because, you know, I know a little bit about it. And we're talking about the good old coolness of cardioid and end-firing patterns that you can do on subs. So we've got our subs. Now, this is cool. So I only had 2 subs per side on the show, so I couldn't do it. You need at least 3. You can have 4, you can have 5, you can have a bunch. It doesn't really matter. You just need to take one of those speakers in the center. Can't be on the side. It needs to be coupled physically on both sides. So we'll go back to 4 for now. And it will, you know what, let's make it even easier. Let's just do 3. Doesn't really matter. You need 1 speaker, and really only 1. My buddy did some tests with like trying to do 2 and so forth, and he's like, if you have a really long run, it's probably a good idea to space a reverse, but if you got 5 or 6 next to each other, you can just turn 1 around. So now, obviously you turn this around, it's going to be blowing on the stage. It's not going to work right. So what happens is this really cool DSP that you can either, some of the speakers, they have it built in, but before that, back in the old days, when we were young, we used to take the old drive rack. Yeah. You ever heard of a drive rack, Sonny? Huh? Yeah. They're called a drive rack. They're made by DBX, I think. Yeah, they were good. Yes. They had different kinds, you see. They had an EQ. You could do everything with the speakers. Oh, so good. Now they got them in the damn amps. Everything's in the amps. Damn you, JBL. That was the history of digital amplifiers. What's Sid? But that's all true. So what you do is you take your speaker that's firing backwards, and the first thing you have to do is make that your 0 point. And by 0, I mean that it has no delay. However, you are going to delay your speakers that fire forwards. Now, how much do you delay it by? Well, all you have to, I apologize. I feel like an asshole doing the Q&A thing to myself, but I don't know how else to get through this. So if I'm sounding a little condescending, as I think I kind of sound like, I apologize. It's totally not meant to be that way. So the reason you do that is you'll have the delay. You basically time the delay the distance of the speaker. So it's like 1.5 feet or whatever, and or 4 milliseconds. Now, these speakers will fire delayed. The ones firing forward are going to fire slightly delayed from the rear one. The key thing that makes it super dope, Billy Badass, is this speaker is reversed polarity. So, meaning that when these speakers would normally push out to make the positive part of the waveform, this speaker's reaction for that exact thing will be the reverse. It will go in. You see where we're going with this? That's pretty cool. So what happens is this speaker actually absorbs sound. Air quotes on absorb, but think of it that way. It absorbs the sound, focuses it back out into here. So it'll fire. It'll go boom, it fires, the air is traveling, and then these fire. And now their two waveform complements each other. But since it's in the center and it's actually produced from the air and behind it, you create this beam. And it's not like a crazy beam, but instead of it being this, bulbous kind of afro giant thing, it looks like like a cool afro. Instead, it's more kind of like a really lame mohawk, where it comes in and it kind of goes down and descends further along the line. Yeah. I don't know. I don't hate JBL. I would have liked a Vertec on this show, and I know that the company had a Vertec, but I don't know where they put it. I once tried connecting one speaker with the polarity reversed and the other with the inverted, and incredible how low frequencies get tired. Huh. No. Like, what you end up having, so again with the band, and you've got all the subs. You've got all these subs, like, flanking the deck. Let's get some more subs, baby. So you got all these subs flanking the deck. You got your, the stage right here. Now, everyone on the stage basically is dealing with a quiet stage. You'll hear the sound, but it's out there. And it's echoing off the walls and the floors and whatever, but it's out there. On the stage itself, it sounds really nice. It's kind of quiet. And then you can either have a PA, like a lot of the times for rock shows, they'll do the side fills and have, let's get rid of this guy. They'll have side fills with subs and everything, and they'll blast, and everyone will have a wedge. There's, if they're doing in-ears, it's a lot easier to do in-ears and everything without this big brrr sitting on stage from all the bass. And you could do it, you could maybe do it this way, too, if you wanted to. You could have these two on the inside, but they just always have to be coupled. My buddy said this actually won't work because you now have you have 50-50. It always has to be the front, because the direction is depicted by how many speakers are pointing. The most speakers, that's the directionalness. So now another one that's really cool is end firing, and it's very similar principle. It kind of gives the same results, but I don't know. Some sound engineer, you do it for different reasons. Sometimes it's the only option available, and sometimes it's kind of the preferred option. Some sound guys and gals love it. It's called end firing. It's like end. I don't think it's END. I don't know. I never quite figured that out. I've only heard it spoken aloud. Synth Cat, hope the gig was good. It was good. The gig went really good, and the client was happy. I'm pretty sure. I don't know. I didn't get a hug from the PM, but she did hug the A2. So I don't know what that meant. I didn't really care. I didn't want a hug, so I might have been trying to run away from it inadvertently. So you'll have your sub, same thing as before. It shoots out. Blah, 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 blah. So what you can do is you can put one behind it, and we're going to do almost the same thing as the reverse. I'm trying to get these things not to roll, but they just want to roll. These are terrible speakers, by the way. All right. I'm going to put, there we go. I'm going to put little screws and shit here. So this works very similar to our reverse thing. So this is 0, and then this is going to be your delay. This is further into the room. This one will fire, delay, 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 then this one will fire. The trick you have to do is they need to have an air gap between them, because this driver needs to fire into the end of the other one. Maybe it is END. I never thought about it. In my mind, I thought N, and it was like a variable or something. But, now I say that out loud, I realize how stupid that sounds. Oh, everything I'm saying. Oh, wow. Ooh, I better stop. So, it does that. It fires in. You have to have that gap. And, again, you get... Instead of an you could just put them side by side, and what you would get is that froey, round, blah. But if you do it this way, you'll get the beam. And again, it's not like, when I say beam, it's like 10 feet wide, and it will typically shoot it further. And a lot of the times you don't really need the bass on the wall. You're like running into the wall. There's nothing there. There's no people. There's no audience or anything. So in this instance, these are really nice to do it that way. And again, if you have an odd number, I considered doing it on the show, but I realized I didn't have enough mix points, and I didn't have a processor like a good old TVX. So I just had to wing it. Is it END? I thought so. I realize it now. I just felt kind of stupid and had to make sure I could draw as much attention to the stupidity that I experience as possible. That's how shame is made. Big old shame hat. Put it on. Let all the shame dump out of the bucket of it all over your fucking dumb face. Big old shame face. Yay. Got my shame hat on. Oh, what else are we doing today? I don't know, man. I don't know. I've always appreciated your humility. Well, thank you. I think it's important. It's important to have. When that guy was, when that LD was giving me those sweet, sweet compliments, I just told him, like, that's awesome, dude. All I can think of is there's a lot of things I could have done better, and next time. And he's like, that's actually sometimes all it takes is for you to just recognize your mistakes and be like, yep, I'm fucking dumb. I need to make that never happen again. And then follow through. And I was like, yeah, I guess you're right. You're pretty smart for an LD. Yeah, I was telling him too. We were walking out. I was giving him a hard time, and he was laughing. And I was like, man, there was one time I had this show, and I'd never seen the video engineer before, and someone asked, and I go, "Oh, it's this Vidiot over here." And Vidiot is in my world, it's a term of endearment with a little comical jib. That dude, apparently that is what he was bullied as a child. I don't know. That was his trigger word. That dude freaking hated me, and he even sabotaged the fucking show on me a little bit. I still wonder. I don't know. I can't totally, but I was blamed for the records, and he was supposed to be putting headphones on to listen to him. So I don't know what that means. Thanks for choose. But I love you guys. You guys are awesome. That's usually a level of discourse between A's and L's. At least we can. Yeah. It's just a bunch of jibbing, a bunch of giving each other a hard time. It's I don't know. That's a lot of that industry is kind of just treating everybody like, kind of like brothers and sisters, and you kind of give each other a hard time, but you buy each other beers, or you buy each other's lunch, or give them a ride home, or you help out. You're really there for each other, and it's pretty cool. And I mean, we're all a bunch of freelancers. We work on a lot of the same shows and stuff, but we're not beholden to each other. There's no HR, there's no boss, there's no nothing. It's just we all show up, and we just, you learn pretty quick. In order to get along, you just need to roll with the punches and, don't freak the fuck out. That's the worst thing you can do, is freak out. I've seen a lot of people come either really close to ending their careers, or more or less from just freaking the fuck out. I wish I haven't been present for any of these, though. One dude, I'll tell you one guy got mad at this other dude, and this guy's like a nut job, and he pulls a knife. They want to fight, and the dude pulls out a knife. First off, I don't know about you, but that's not a fight anymore. that's intent with a deadly weapon. Like a fight is trading fisticuffs and so forth, and slaps or something, or maybe a couple of belly bangs, but a knife, that's intent. So he pulls the knife, and I think the guy still kicked him or something, or someone jumped in. I don't know what the story was, but the guy was fired from the site, and then he couldn't get a lot of work, and he was kind of like, oh no, and so he changed his name to I can't say it, unfortunately. I wish I could, but I don't want any of this to get back to anybody, and I've given enough data. But he changed his name so that no one would, because no one would hire him if they saw his name on the email. So he just gave himself a new name, and seems to be working. I'm pretty sure he went from intent with a deadly weapon to fraud. But who am I? I mean, I just watched Law and Order when I was younger. What do I know? Vidiot is a famous video company. Yeah, it was a good show, man. It was a good show, mates. I'll tell you what, the best part, and I didn't bring it up to him because I didn't want to repeat myself. I really have to get this orchestrated. But I hung out, one of the guys I worked with is a good buddy of mine, and I brought him up several times to you guys that I really want to have him on the stream, but I don't know what to do other than him and I have a mukbang. I should, actually there's no way to make that video not sound like I'm talking about something super inappropriate. But, so this dude, he possesses the power of an amazing belly. And I once did. We both are coming to terms that we're getting old and this isn't working like it used to. But we still can put them away. And I've always wanted to have them on stream for us to just eat somewhere or maybe have a bunch of dishes. And like, he's so funny. That's the thing. And we have like a really funny back and like he'll say something and I'm just on the fucking floor. Like we went out to eat last night and I was like, I lost my shit at one point and I noticed the tables next to us were kind of annoyed. I was like, I'm sorry, this man's funny. All right? Funny guy. I like funny. You know, you mix gasoline and fire together, you're going to get some flames, all right? Just get over it, girl. And you too, sir. But what I really said was, oh. His name is John Smith. There you go. A quick mukbang. Well, honestly, the plan was, and he was on board for it, is that we basically go to get a restaurant. I suggested sushi because I'm like, dude, I can eat sushi for hours. I would like to set a new personal record and eat as much sushi as possible. It's not gonna be cheap, but what we were gonna do was quick mukbang hop was get like a go to a restaurant. And a lot of these restaurants will have like a private dining area, like a business room. And we were just going to rent one of those. So that way we could film. We wouldn't have to worry about other people. We could let the staff know, hey, we're live streaming. Can we get a data connection for one? And two, you know, the wait staff, I want to make sure they're comfortable that, you know, they're going to be on camera and things like that. You know, just basically covering our bases so that we could really do a good deal. And we were, you know, depending on how they do the office, we were going to tip very generously because it's a lot of work and there's just, you know, the two of us. So, you know, you can't expect a giant tip from that. So we were going to negotiate all that in advance and be like, hey, you know, for the rental, we want to make sure, does that include tips for the staff and the kitchen? You know, do you guys, does the kitchen get staff? You know, does the kitchen get tips? Does the busboys, just, you know, whatever. Does every, you know, how do your tip system work? We want to make sure that we cover everybody and everyone's good because we want to, you know, make this a regular thing and blah, blah, blah. You know, and this would be great for them because it would be repeat business, you know. Like a lot of times HOAs and so forth, they'll have little meetings at these restaurants. So they're looking for clients like that. And I was going to present us that way. And, you know, we're all good for that kind of stuff. So, you know, there's no reason. Like him and I could afford to do it. But the problem was that stream was going to cost hundreds of dollars. Like several hundreds of dollars. And which is fine. But it's just a very difficult pill for me to swallow. You know. Granted, we could make a lot of video content. And I was planning on doing something like that. So I could make some YouTube content and, you know, short form content and stuff like that. Short form? Short format? Yeah, short form. Yeah. There's a sushi restaurant here that's free sushi for $30 on Saturday. Yeah, I just don't want to hose the staff. I want everyone to walk away happy from the interaction, you know? That's my biggest thing, because, like, so here in Phoenix, there are quite a few content creators and streamers. I never realized. I think it's like when you get a car and then you just notice your car, everyone else is driving the same car as you. I think it's something like that. But there are some here, and like whenever I've seen fails, I'm like watching the video and I'm like, oh shit, that's down the road from here. God, I can never go there. because I'm just going to be thrown in with those jerks, and I want nothing to do with those people. It's kind of one of the reasons I don't do that much IRL streaming anymore, because it's kind of just a bunch of turd balloons, and I don't want to be roped in with those guys. My balloons are turd free. You understand me? Turd free. How would you swallow that pill? Well, you know. But and I don't want him to spend a bunch of money, but I was gonna, he was probably gonna at least buy, some of it, pay for it some way. And then I don't know. I'm sure people would be very generous in chat, and that would help offset a lot of the cost too. There's an option. And I think him and I would be funny enough together that I think it would be genuinely entertaining to y'all. I think you guys would actually be like, hey, I'm all for this guy when he's soldering and fixing stuff, but look at him go in them Philly rolls. Look at him go. Oh, man. That's the 6th one. Woo woo. That's 6 Philly rolls. What's he going to do next? Some sashimi? Fuck yeah. Let's watch that guy eat. Oh. He just gulped that shit down. Though, it wouldn't work, though, because well, maybe. There is a conveyor belt sushi place here. But that's kind of, I don't know. Actually, no, we would destroy. I don't like it. I'm going to be honest. I know DJ Doey, he's a big fan, and he introduced me to conveyor belt sushi. Or at least a chain that I keep running into. But the problem is, it's just, I don't know. It doesn't, I like fresh. And I kind of like, too, if you've ever, I don't know if we'd be able to do it on stream because of just the camera logistics. But I might be able to find some. But if you actually eat at a sushi bar, I've done that a couple of times, and that is really, really fun because you can have the chef like come up with all kinds of stuff, or like, what's your favorite roll? What do you what I like a little bit of spice. I love salmon. I love, bubble. You can throw at the chef, and they'll be like, for you, and then you're like, God damn, this is good. But yeah, no, he's a really fun guy. I've been wanting to get him on camera. I do have like a podcast that I recorded with him earlier this year, which is getting really old now. But we're eating wings and hot sauce. But we got another guy there too. And I don't know, I haven't edited the video. It didn't turn out, the lighting was a little shitey. I didn't pay attention. How many pieces can you eat? Oh man. Like before I met Mrs. Heresy, back in the day when it was me and my buddy Kyle, and we were 2 single dudes just going out to dinner together. Not like that. No. Just 2 single straight dudes. No, I'm just kidding. No, basically that's what we do. We would go out to dinner all the time because it was like, man, I like eating out. Me too. Well, we ain't got no girlfriends. Let's go out together. And we'll sit next to each other in the booth. Or stare across and look at each other's eyes. No. It was, what was the point? Oh, yeah. So we go to, what's it called? Well, it doesn't matter where it was. Went to the sushi place, and So sometimes when I tell stories, I might embellish a little bit of the dialogue because for comic effect, or just to make me look cool. You understand? It's kind of like a fish story. You know, every time you tell it, you make the fish a little bit bigger. But this is not in one of those instances, and I just want to make sure we're clear on that. So we go to the sushi restaurant. And it's just me and my friend, and we have someone that's supposed to meet us, and so we say for 3, but they show up like a half hour or so late. They showed up really late, but we just wanted to make sure we had a table that could seat 3, and so we're at this table for 4, but there's sticks for 3. So I'm sitting at one part, my buddy's sitting across, and we pick out what we want. You know, we got the little sheet and we put the, check marks down it, And the server comes to the table and everything, and she's looking over at it, and she's like, okay, I've got this. And she sees that and goes, are you expecting more people? And I go, oh, we don't know if they're showing up or not. They're kind of a wild card. We just wanted to make sure they had a plate, but they're going to order separately. And the server's like, this is a lot of food. And I'm like, yeah, I know my business. We're good. She's like, well, I mean, I could order half. I'm sorry. We're good. We're going to order more food than this. She's like, and just looking in her face, she was like, are you sure? And I'm like, I'm 100% positive this is round 1. We will do a round 2, and then we will do a dessert. And I will be... No, I didn't say drunk, but I just said we'll do round 2, and then we'll do a dessert. And she just kind of thought we were full of shit. And then we proceeded to prove that we were not full of shit. We ordered all those plates. I think we had 6 rolls, plate rolls. We devoured all of it. We ordered more of our favorite ones, basically. And then my friend did show up, and she didn't order much, but she ordered these, like, these eggs or something. I don't know. I ate a bunch of those. Those were delicious. And then, since it was my birthday, I got a cake, or like a little ice cream, or like a little, was it ice cream? Yeah, I think it was ice cream that they had at the, but it was like I can't think what it's called, the Japanese ice cream. And yeah, and I drank like $30-$40 worth of booze, and this was like 15 years ago too. I spent over $150 on myself, and my buddy, he didn't drink as much. I don't know if he drank at all, actually. And he had to put in like another 100. I know our bill was like over $300. But, I mean, it was a glorious meal. Speaking of which, I wonder if I should consider meals. What time are we at tonight? We're at 7:30 here in the Phoenix. So, I'm trying to think. I had some other reasons. I had reasons to stream. Talked about the PA. Talked about the show. Oh, SynthCat over on YouTube says, sounds like an epic Korean BBQ adventure. So, him and I did get some we did go for Korean barbecue, but we went to we went with some friends of his that were like really, really into, I think that like they'd visited the country, you know, they're just really big into it. And so they had a lot of really great insight. And we this place didn't have the grills or anything. You basically just ordered dishes. And, but I wanted that because I was like, I got addicted. Oh, what's it called? Bibimbap? Is it Bibimbap? Yeah. It's a dish and where they serve it in this like stone bowl. And the bowl is like, you know, oven hot and everything. And they have the rice in there, and then you've got like all the yummies. There's like an egg in there and everything, like a raw egg and everything. And when they bring it out, you have to let it sit. You just can't, you have to resist the urge to stir it. And then you, bibimbap. Okay, so, yeah, I'm probably just mispronouncing it. And so you resist the urge, and then you'll start to, you're listening to it sizzle, and you wait, and then once it starts to kind of stop, or you just can't take it anymore, then you do a little mixing, but you stay away from the edges. Or actually, you know what? I replaced that. Yeah, well, you do your mixing, and you can start to break the edges away, and the edges crisp up. They kind of get this burn, but it's like, it's a nice texture. It doesn't taste burnt. And then, of course, you can break that up and mix that with the rest of it, and you get this really awesome texture that I have never experienced in any, you know, Asian cuisine and or rice dish, you know, what have you. Nothing like that, and I was hooked. I had it up in Seattle last year, and I was like, this is my jam. And yeah, caramelizing, correct. Yeah. And I was like, I'm into this. This is my jam. So we went to that place and got that, and a bunch of other stuff too. But and his friends there, they said, oh, this is the good bibimbap. Oh yeah, soju. Man, I got in trouble with that one time. 40 sushi? I didn't even see that for cheese. Damn. Turning into Carl. Yes. Are you talking about Carlizing? Okay. So yeah, you know, it's kind of like that. I get all pissed off when I'm hot, you know, and then I get like a, you know, crunchy center, crunchy edge. Oh, we got Scream with the call for 5 over on the Twitch. They have a lot of stone bowls at Japanese BBQ as well. Oh, really? So I need to look into that. You know, we don't. Most of the time, it's just sushi. I don't know of any like Japanese restaurants that are, you know, known for the not necessarily sushi cuisines, you know? Doesn't have to be a sushi, you know, it doesn't have to be a roll. Ooh, oh. Tagaokaku. Okay. Synthcat over on YouTube is saying you grill your own and the bowl's a Japanese pork. Okay. I'm into that. Oh yeah, ramen's pretty good too. What did we ask about ramen? I don't know where we're just going through all of them, all the good stuff. The bibimbap, my friend said it best. She said like it's really good comfort food. And I was like, that's exactly it. Because as I was eating it the first time, I was full. I didn't need any more. And we'd just be sitting there chilling, and I'd just be like, why do I keep eating? I'm full. I shouldn't be eating anymore. What the hell is wrong with me? Why does this arm... Is this what crack addiction is wrong? Is this what they say? Is this drugs? Non-sushi specialized job. Oh, okay. I didn't... Oh, yeah, I guess so. Ramen is. I never thought about it that way, but I'm not the most cultured person in the world. That would be my brother. Citalinos, the most cultured man in our family. By the age of 5, he spoke 14 languages. Every one of them completely made up. There is no Bibbel or the country of and there are no beautiful people of the land. No, sadly, that was just his mind. His very fancy mind. Bit pricey. Oh, so that's the brand? I'll have to look them up, Synthcat. I don't know. So the gig, I kind of got off track, but this gig, since I got to hang out with my buddy, his name's Jared, by the way, but I know more than one Jared, so it's kind of confusing. But he's a big foodie, and so the first day we go to one of my favorite restaurants in the Valley. I don't mind blowing it up because I think it's a really cool place. Although, honestly, I feel like it was cooler 10 years. I don't know. After COVID, they kind of lost something. I can't put my finger on it. But I haven't eaten at all of them yet. But there's a restaurant chain here in the Valley that's called the Cornish Pasty. So we ate there. There's one in downtown. And that was pretty good. And then the second day, we ate at this place called, I was telling Alcadroid about, because they have a big Guinness Harp as their, like, draft for pouring. It's kind of cool. And I just had fish and chips there, but it was still nice. It was really good. Giant chunk of fish. And then American portions. And then yesterday, the last day, because he wasn't going to come in for the strike on today, we got done, and I brought up something I saw online because someone was asking about what this restaurant was in downtown Phoenix, and it's called Chibo's or Cibo's. I don't. It's CIBO, and it's pretty famous. You know, it's been on some stuff. It's been in some papers. You know, they got the papers. They got some press. Oh, wait a minute. I'm supposed to talk like Carl, aren't I? Where's my phone? Do Carl for 5 minutes. No. Wow, it almost called somebody called that. That's totally stupid. Set a timer for 5 minutes. Jesus Christ. I don't know. Oh. I'm just, half there in the brain. And other bits and pieces. So yeah, so what was I saying? Now we go, me and the other guy, with the tall guy. We went to, what do you call it? I don't know, Chibo, Cibo. We went to a couple places, but they were busy. They said they couldn't see us. I don't know what that means. But pretty sure they were against us. Anyways, we went to this place, and it's like, it's weird, right? Because it's like a house, It's like a really nice house. I mean, I got a better house, and mine is 2 stories. This is single, But, it's still okay. It was old, if you like that, that's great. So, yeah, we go stroll around, and we're like, where the hell do we go? Where's the front door? And these 2, jokers, they just run ahead. This husband and girlfriend or something, I don't know. They run ahead of us. Kinda. I could see it. I didn't know what was going on. I thought they had to go to the bathroom. But nah, they was trying to get to the, the host before us. Because, it's a frickin' race. Anyways. They seated us. And we seated us outside. It was good,
it's hot. You know, like yesterday, it was like 111 degrees Fahrenheit. I don't know what that is in like Euro numbers or nothing, but that's freaking hot, okay? That's like at least, you know, like 40 C or something. I don't know. It's hot. But, you know, they had the sprinklers. So, or the misters, what do they call them? I don't know. So we just like, we sat under some misters and it was like perfect, you know? We kept saying like, this is great. I'm not sweating into the seat. My butt is very dry. My back is dry. This is good. This is comfortable. And then, what do we do? So like we ordered some food, right? Let me show you something here, okay? So like, I need you to understand, I'm not one of those freaks, you know, that normally takes pictures of their food and then sends them to, you know, their kids or something. That ain't me. Hold up, I'm gonna send this, okay? But this had to be taken. You understand? There's a thing called, I don't know, like posterity or something. And this was, this didn't have any pasta in it, but it was still very good. Look at that. I'm freaking in love just looking at it. Do you think that it was single before I, you know, devoured it? Hey! All right. I just like buried my face in it like it was a motorboat, you know? And I was a captain. Yeah, what do we got over here? We got some brie, you know, like if you, but it's good brie, you know. It's not weird if you enjoy it. This is some salamis, you know. We got like an orange. At first we were like, are we supposed to even freaking eat this? And then we were like, screw it. And we ate it. We want some, well, I mean, not the rinds. God, no. Anyways, this is like a little tiny salad with some water chestnuts, you know. You put that on there. And then like, this is like a big bowl of cheese. Oh, God. Getting freaking turned on just looking at it. And then there's some cheese here. This is some cheese. This is like a cucumber, but it wanted to be cheese. And then these are some like carrots. Now I know what you're thinking. Are these little cherry tomatoes? They're not. They are olives. These are all olives. Everything is olives. And there's some peppers, but you can't see them. They're like a blueberry right there. They're good. Some broccolini. You know, I don't partake. You know, I don't do the broccolini because, you know, I'm not weird. Okay? I said it. Okay. I don't know how much longer I could do Carl on this cheese plate without going completely mad. Anyways, yeah. This thing was... There's all these little... There's like prosciutto up here. This was like a mushroom. There were so many things that I'm normally not a fan of. I don't, you know, I don't care for... nah. Everything in there, it was... I was like, I've been eating it wrong this whole time. Because even the broccolini, the carrot, everything was just perfect. It was incredible. And then we got like a really nice pizza. And this place is like an Italian, but the chef is from Italy. And it started to click in my head. I was like, yeah, because when I lived in Malta, I kind of noticed like, and we were in Italy for a little bit, but like pizza toppings in America and Europe, or particularly Italy and the Mediterranean, are vastly different. I mean, there's some crossover. Olives, black olives, that's a little bit of a crossover. But like hard-boiled eggs was a really popular thing. They didn't have that here, or I didn't see it. But ours had, it was like salami. It was like this type of bacon I'd never heard of. And black olives, but the black olives were so good. They were like candy. Like normally I like cheese, but that and, oh my God, it was so good. So good. So yeah. 4th best day of my life. No, it was a really good meal. I was telling Mrs. Heresy, I was like, oh, I gotta get back there. And it wasn't very expensive. So that plate was like $20. And then the pizza we got was like 18 or something. Like we ended up, it was $40 at the end, and we just split it down the middle. And yeah, those giant, well, they're pitted too, so you got to kind of nibble around them and whatnot. I don't know how you're supposed to eat them, but that's what I did. But oh man, it was so good. I can still kind of get twisty thinking about it. But oh, that's right. I was skipped over. That's right. So the day before was a short day. We were only there from like 1 to 5. It was hilarious. But he didn't want to drive home in traffic. So he's like, "You want to go get something to eat?" I'm like, "Yeah, dude. It's like happy hour everywhere. Let's go get some nibbles." And we went to this other place. No photos for that one, unfortunately. And I just ordered like an appetizer deal. They had these hard-boiled eggs, or not hard, deviled eggs. I'm sorry. They had deviled eggs, and then they had like oven chips, like potato chips kind of thing, and then a cocktail that was like their happy hour cocktail. And man, some of the best food I've had in a long time. And it was just stupid deviled eggs, but they were so fucking good. I just eat the whole thing at once, like a glutton. Patrice, my family's Italian, and I was in Italy for a month. The food is delicious. Yeah, it's just the ingredients. Now, where you're at, and you probably, because of, I think a lot of it just has to do with just the way, local agriculture is and whatnot, or regional agriculture. But you probably, the pizzas there are probably a little different than the pizzas in Italy. Ooh, I saw dip. Man, the internet's been really today. Kind of annoyed. Who do I talk to? There you go. It's straightened out. Yeah, it keeps having these crazy derps. I don't know who's responsible for it, but once we find them, they will be dealt with. They will be dealt with swiftly. But yeah, I mean, the whole gig was great. Very stressful. And like I said, I don't know what's wrong with me, but after I got through all the rough part and we got into the show, all I could think about was doing the show again. I don't know why or doing another show like that. I was like, oh man, I could do this again. It's no big deal. It's like I don't know any better. We did return the power. You remember the Make Noise case, the Eurorack Make Noise case that we replaced the power supply in it. I gave that back to the client. He was working downtown at the same time. I also gave him back his microphone. And to my best of my knowledge, he's a happy camper. And he wanted to pay me, but I was like, can I just have the old power supply and we'll just call it even? And he's like, absolutely, that'd be great. I'm like, yeah, man, I'd like to keep it. I know you're probably going to give it to me anyways, but that's really all I want out of this. It wasn't that hard to install that thing. And that was the thing too. That's all we did was install. I meant to bring it. I forgot to tell him that, like, dude, you bought the assembled version. I could have assembled it myself and saved just, I think it was like $70 cheaper, maybe $100. But that guy's not hurting for money. He's always working, and he's an audio engineer too. One cool thing I saw in him, and I don't know why I'm telling you this, but anyways. So when I worked with him back in June, he had like his first tattoo, and he got this nice little piece on his, up on the top of his arm. And then when I saw him the other day, I noticed it's down to his wrists now, and he's got like and it looked really, really fresh. And I was like, whoa, dude, you going for the tattoo world? And he's like, yeah, figured what the hell. And I'm like, right? I mean, we're going to die someday. We got fewer days ahead of us than behind us. Might as well get tatted up. Might as well contribute to the tattoo community's finances. What's cool is he's using AI prompts to... Ronnie of the Rubble, welcome in, mate. Good to see you. It's been a couple of minutes. I hope you're doing well and rocking and rolling. Rocking. Let me see something here. I don't think... So yeah, this actually doesn't have any logos, so I could show you this video. I'll just take the music out because I'm playing music. But here's a shot of, so the third day. This is me on the third day, and I'm just jamming my music. I got in an hour early, so there's no one else in the room. I don't know if I get a good wide shot. I don't think I do. I think I just look at that dumb shit. Yeah, it's a terrible video. I forgot. I should have played it before I played it. Yeah, I could do it now. There's front of house. Here, we'll get rid of me. So there's my console. This is I don't know what size. I think it's a 2K monitor. But I've got, there's nothing on here, but I have my spectrograph, and this is in waterfall mode, and then QLab, and then other crap. Oops. Let me see if I can find another photo. Is that the same thing? It's pretty much the same thing. Let me check. Oh, weird. It got all framey. Yeah, here's a shot of the monitor. There's the waterfall. But oops. There we go. There we go. But yeah. I can't think of any other, I don't know if I can find any other good photos. Oh, here we go. Here's a better one. So, I think I even talked through this, so I'm going to let the video do the talking.
So this is the PA.
I'm really quiet.
1, 2, 3, 4 clusters, and then back behind we have 1, 2, and 3, 4 for the mains. Run on a QL5.
So,
seats? I think it's 3 or 5.
So let me...
We've got 1...
So there's the speaker clusters for the delay line, and then there's the one here, and then you can't really see it because of the camera, and then we have 2 here, and then there's 2 over here. Oh, an O2R. I have an O2R sitting under my desk, SynthCat. This is SynthCat over on YouTube bringing up the O2R from Yamaha. Yeah, I have one under the desk. We still need to figure out why the cards aren't working so I can get it the fuck out of here. It's great and all, but it weighs like 6 billion pounds, and I almost think I got a hernia. Or a lernia, something. I got some sort of hernies that aren't good. Anyways. I know they're just stupid heavy. Adam Fighter, hey mate, I didn't see you there. I was flapping my yap. Yeah, he connected his tattoo from the top, and it's gone on, but he's been just using AI prompts to get the artwork, and then he takes it to the artist, and the artist, you know, works their magic. That equipment looks like you need a PhD to use it. So I was going over a lot of it. Like, I have the... Oh, I have to unplug and replug it because it poops out. I have, like, the tech documents that they gave me for the show, and I was going over them. I can go over them again. I don't have any problem with that. That cute guy in the corner. I know, right? I know he's a weird guy. Here, let's see. Well, here I'll just do my bit from earlier. So where is it? Is it gonna die now? That would be annoying. Okay, so this is the venue. This is the room. This is in the far corner. These are the motor hangs for the truss. So the rigging department came in early the day before and hung all the motors out. There's more. I don't know where they are though. Maybe it's just these. I thought there were more, but it's kind of hard to tell. This is like this is one of the papers they gave me that basically goes over it all. So this is the cable runs for the truss lines. No, this is well, I don't want to say the venue, but it's not a hotel venue. But it's a giant ballroom. So it was a 3,000 person event. There's seats for it was 2,997, I think was the number. This is front of house. This is where I'm at. These are the delay speakers, which you might have seen when I was playing earlier. And then these are our mains. And then this is the stage. This whole box here. And then we have our subs on the ground. And then we have our center fills here in the center. And this truss is the working truss. Screens hang off of this, all this stuff. And then we have another truss back here that's the far upstage truss. And there's another screen that hangs off of that. Or there's a cyc and then a screen. I don't know. That wasn't my job. My job is this. So the way we did the PA is there's eight hangs of 6. And they all have different angles. But what we did was well, here, I'll start from the easier part. So this is my table. This is where the console is. The console, out of it fed directly the delay. So this goes up in the air 27 feet and then goes along this truss line, and then 2 to the left, 2 to the right, and they feed these clusters. There's power as well. We're using L1430 to go up there, which is like these, the big dryer type twist, but it has 2 legs on it, confusingly called single phase. And I still think that's not the right term. I think everyone's off, but whatever. But it does deliver 2 30 amp circuit. So 3 on each one. So we had 8 circuits up in the air for this one. From the snake here to get to the back of house is a fiber run. It's I think it's 4 channels of fiber, and it's at least a transmit receive. It was a single line, so I didn't take it apart to look. It runs all the way back and then drops off here in A2 land, and then from there it shoots out and goes this red line here that you can see and feeds our mains. Synth Caliber on YouTube, my AW4416 had an effects card with an ADAT and ADIN. Oh, yeah, ADAT's not bad. Light pipe optical is a pretty nice format. The fiber here is going to be a gigabit line. So it terminates into a switcher with so it's like I said earlier. I said it was 4 channels. So there'll be transmit receive for one gigabit, and then transmit receive for another gigabit. And so we have a primary and a secondary run. So if there's a data, there's a failure, there's a glitch, it will fall over to the second line as long as that hasn't failed. That's how this digital network works for the audio. Everything runs on a system called Dante from a company called Audinate. It is pretty much industry standard right now, and it's pretty hard. I don't know, it's funny, like the A2 and I were kind of getting into it, and I had to explain to him, like, because he's like, oh, well, you should use your IPs and have managed IPs. And I was like, well, honestly, Audinate recommends that you use self-managed, so it's a self-assigning IP. And the reason is because now, if you don't, it uses its own hardware to manage it, and it's far superior. But you could get like a ubiquity switch, or something like high end, and it will be fine. But it's dependent on the control. And if you do self-assigning, Dante kind of acts like the Borg and handles the control on its own. It handles network IP management on its own. And I was like trying to argue with him, like, you should just do it that way instead of doing the IPs, because now you have a failure point. It's a single point. But I don't know, whatever. To each his own. Everybody likes to do things a little differently, and I've kind of just, I don't know, I've just got to learn that it's like there's more than one way to accomplish the same task, and really all you can argue is over efficiency and little tiny details. If they gets the job done, you can't say it's a bad way to do it. So I kind of just disengage these days. Like, for example, there's 2 types of mixing. There's mixing where you throw the sub onto the master, and then there's isolating the sub as a mix. Now, the benefit to one way, like if you were to have it on the master, is that it's one less thing to have to worry about, and it's not crucial to separate it. And then the other way is that you now have discrete control of what goes to the sub via the mix, and you can boost it. You actually have a mix of how much sub you want to put, and you're not just using the base shelf, the low end shelf to do it, which I think is that's my personal way. Is I like to send it on a mix. I think it's so much cooler to be able to sweeten that kick or push that bass guitar a little bit harder, or maybe there's an acoustic instrument that you start pushing into that sub and it just feels right, but you don't want to go too far. Having that extra control is nice. I know a really fantastic audio engineer that disagrees with me on that. He thinks he doesn't like it, and I told him, and he was kind of trying to justify it, and I said, listen, man, if it works for you, I don't give a fuck. I don't like to do it that way, and if I'm the boss and I'm running the rig, I'll want it separated. But you're the boss, it's your rig, we'll do it your way. It makes you have, it's one less thing to have to worry about, it's one less thing to do, I understand. And I've just kind of always adopted that, like, you know, my way isn't the way. There are a lot of good industry standards and whatnot that you kind of want to keep in, or there's a lot of best practices, but I've just given up, like, trying to be a butthead and be like, no, you should do it this way because this is the way that blah, blah, blah does it and blah, blah, blah does it. I hate those fucking people now. I'm embarrassed that I probably was one of those for a while. Ugh. Gross. Anyways, sorry. Didn't mean to gross you guys out with the story about me being gross. Oh wait, where's the thing for... Barney, thank you so much for that dab, mate. Appreciate it. I was at a festival. They had these, I guess, PA speakers on tall poles. It was the first time I realized the importance of phase delay, and audio was unintelligible because of the delay due to the distance between the speakers. Yeah. So that's we should cover that. I covered it earlier. We should cover time alignment. It'll make more sense. Well, we could do it on this because this scale is smaller. It's easier to see. How'd you get the O2? Synthcats is asking. So over on YouTube, Synthcats is asking how I got the O2R. I got it as a repair from a buddy of mine, but it is... I don't know. I had like all this energy to fix it, and then it just ran out. Oh, we've got ads running on Twitch right now, so I'm going to give it a little time. An ad. How many people of your job title work at mega shows like Taylor Swift or something? It's funny. So, so big artists like Taylor Swift and so forth will typically hire their own front of house engineer and monitor engineer. And if you get on that gig, it's a pretty goddamn sweet gig, man. You work like however many months out of the year, and you get like this insane amount of money. Now you have to you have to do the tour, you have to do the rehearsals. There's a lot of like stuff, but it's still really good money if you get on that. Now the other end of that is if you're the house. So if you're a touring artist and you have your own engineer usually comes with their own console or their own file or whatever, but they usually show up and they get up to the console and they do whatever they need to do to get show ready. But the person in charge of that PA, of that front of house or that monitor, and same thing for back of house. So they're going to have their own monitor engineer. I worked at a venue here for like a couple weeks as the monitor engineer, and big acts would have their own person. They just tap into our console, and at the back of the house, so they could do the monitors. One band, Garbage, for example, that was probably the best one I'd ever worked. They had all their own, everybody, own lighting person, own audio, own front of house, own monitor. Ooh, low frequency. Look at that. Okay. Man, the connection is poo-poo today. I hope it's not too distracting for you guys. But they had they had their own, for all these, they had all their own department heads, monitor engineer, everything. And they ran their own snake from front of house to back of house. Everything was just their own. And so you can get in that position. But, so I have a buddy of mine who does a lot of festival stuff. And you'll do, I don't know, it's hard work, man. You're building the PA, you're outdoors. And, you know, Leonard Skinner comes out and you gotta, you know, or whatever, I can't. This guy does Sturgis, North Dakota, which is like a motorcycle and I think state fair thing? I don't know. It's Sturgis, North Dakota. I'm gonna ruin my geography, expose my ignorance. But he does that show a lot, and the Indiana State Fair and so forth. And those are a little bit of a different scenario because you're dealing with you're hired as a freelancer. You're getting paid whatever your rate is. So that could be, I don't know. Most of the people in that world probably get paid anywhere from $500 to $1,000 for a 10-hour day, and those are 14, 16-hour days. So they're making anywhere from $1,000 to $1,500 a day. Maybe a little bit more, maybe closer to $2K. So it's hard work, but you're making like mad cash, and it's a very specialized field, so you can kind of dictate your terms on how much you're going to get paid. Hey, KC, good to see you, mate. Anyways, we're back from the ads. Let's talk about time alignment of multi-zone speaker systems. So it was brought up earlier, like you go to a concert or something, and maybe you hear it. This is my best example is the drummer example. So pretend that we have a drummer on stage, and he's hitting his snare, and you're sitting right here. Now, if the stage volume is loud enough, you're going to hear the snare travel across. So well, you know what? Let's back up. Let me back up. Let's take the snare example. I kind of misspoke. We'll take the snare example and let's go to the extreme. Let's not go tiny. Let's go big. So you're sitting back here. Here's the delay cluster. Here's your main cluster. So you're going to be in the alignment of these two hangs. So the guy, the drummer hits the snare. Now, if you're standing right here, this speaker is going to fire, and you're going to hear that one first. Then you're going to hear that one, like a half second later. And then you might even hear the fucking drummer if it's not very loud, or, you know, if the acoustics aren't good, you know, there's not enough sound dampening. That sucks. Sounds awful. So what you do is there's a couple different ways. You can physically just measure the distance, or you can do a calibration mic, and it will interpret the distance. So you'll drop your calibration mic in between the blast zone of both these speakers. You'll run peak noise through it. It will do a transform function where I use a laser. Lasers. It'll do a transform function where it'll basically take the signal, which is the original pink noise, and compare it with what it's getting through that microphone. It'll detect a time difference, and it'll say, and you can tell it, find the delay, and it'll say, hey, this is 7 milliseconds of delay. From here to here, I'm hearing 7 milliseconds. Noted. Then you don't move the mic, and you take a measurement from here. You might have to turn it up a little bit, but it will tell you, now that was 50, let's do it easy. That's 29 milliseconds. Okay. So now you basically just fucking subtract 7 from 9, And now you know the amount of delay for this speaker, which is 22 milliseconds. That's the amount of time it takes for air to travel through the room and to get to the exact same point that this one fires, so that they piggyback on the same waveform and carry through the room. You have a lot of that occurring here. Here, oh yeah, let me give you the heat map. So here's the heat map, and you can see. Can I make any smoke? There we go. So here's our delays again, and then here's our mains. Here, these are subs, and these are front fills. They don't fuck them. So this guy fires out, but it will intersect with this, so they're time aligned. I had to take a measurement from here to here to here to here to here. And same thing with these, here to here. And that was it. I basically just had to delay these guys. My front fills, it's funny, these things were up in the sky like, well, the trim height, the top of it was 27. And I don't know what the bottom of those hung at, but the time it took for that to hit here and for me to hear one of these was the same amount. So I didn't have to do any delaying. It was wunderbar. And yeah, I don't know why this one's pink. I think they just accidentally highlight it. These are the splays to help you detect it. But this shows how loud it is on the ground. This is ground level volume for the floor. Now it assumes the floor is completely flat. These lines here are the chairs, and that's just visual. It's not trying to account for the acoustical difference. It's straight going to the ground, pretending it's a flat surface that probably is that's carpeted. But yeah, that is the PA, and that's time alignment. You have to do that with every PA, otherwise you get plum plum tut tut tit tit tut tut, which is, for me, the worst thing in the world. Absolutely horrible. There's a lot of terrible things out there, but that's pretty high up there. Room temperature is accounted for. That's why I take the measurement from the microphone. So typically the console, it will measure for whatever, 72 Fahrenheit, whatever that is, 20, is it 22C? Yeah, I think it's 22C, or maybe, yeah, I think it's something like that. So it will account for that, but obviously if you're outdoors and it's really hot, that number's not gonna work. It'll get you there, it'll get you close, but it won't get you perfect. I know one guy that used to do feet. He would measure the amount of feet, and then he would divide by 0.81. And I did that for a little while, and then I found out that that was far too low, and you needed it like 0.85, or like it just didn't work right. And what I think he was doing was creating like I don't know. Is a phase cardioid a real thing, or did I just make that up? It probably made it up. What other cool bits? Oh, they gave the angles for the dangle. These are the clusters here, and they didn't give me any angles. They just said straight, and then for me to aim for a motor point that's off page. And then these are our delay. I don't know. It was stupid, but I figured it out. It wasn't that hard. These are the angles for the boxes. These are the degrees, 3, 6, 10, 12.5 degrees. And they have these little gain controls and these dumb presets. I don't know what the fuck. Someone else set this all up, so I'm kind of being a dick showing their work. And then this was the wiring diagram for the input-output. So this is the console. This represents the console. I love that. They put my music in there. That's cute. And then it goes... I feed by analog all 4 of these clusters. I did inside outside just to make it easier. And then I come out of the console into a redundant fiber switch, and then we travel down to front of house, come out of the fiber switch, and splay out to this Yamaha TO that's driving all the speakers. And then we have another TO that's downstage that's running all the microphone or speakers down there. And then there should be... Okay, they're not going to throw the term, but there's another one for that runs to Video Village, and that's for all the inputs and outputs in video, which we used all of them. And then, yeah, these are the wireless mics. Oh, in fact, I think I do have... No, I didn't open it because I thought it was a stupid thing to open. But, yeah. That is the rig. That's how nearly all shows are these days that are really good size, that are something like that. I mean, there's going to be different speakers, there's going to be different heights, there's going to be a lot of different parameters, but as far as the show running on glass instead of copper, which is really, really important in these days. Some guy, I did a show, he was running cameras down copper network cable, and he was having all these problems, and I'm like, dude, run fiber, man. Or there's a camera protocol called Triax that is bulletproof, and it can run, I think you can run Triax, like, I think it can go like 300 meters without having to have something like reamp it. And to my knowledge, there's no delay or anything in it, so I don't know, whatever. But the audio is on fiber, and then lighting is on fiber as well. We did have a copper snake run from front of house to back, but that's just for comm, because the comm they have is like analog, and it was bad. SDI is what video uses, but SDI is not Triax. It's kind of a network protocol, so SDI is listed in different Gs. You have 12G, 6, and 3. And obviously you can get higher resolutions and further distances depending on which one you run and what kind of format you're trying to push through it. Like, you could have a 12G cable and you could run it like a pretty decent distance as long as you're putting 1080p 30 down it. Maybe 60, but you know, as long as you're putting it. But if you're running 4K, you're going to be beholden to the 100-meter limit or whatever the hell it is. I don't know SDI protocols like limits that well, but I do know the different ones because I've had to deal with the signal, using the signals. But I like SDI a lot because it's a single connection, which is wild to me, but it sends video, data. There's so much data embedded in it. There's audio in there as well. You have it's a digitized signal. So once you tap into it, if you have anything tap into that line, you can modify that signal and output it to whatever you want. And then you can modify that signal and output it, and you're not going to get any real artifacting or anything like that, because it's just getting the same, effectively the same data signal. It's just saying, use this, use it this way or use it that way. And yeah, you can run quite a bit, but I don't think a lot of not on the shows that I work does anyone use that yet in corporate AV or anything like that. Everyone's still running Triax or some variation of it. They did have some video cable. I don't know if it had a triax head. It seemed a little thinner, so I wonder. Should hit my buddy up sometime. He was the lead vidiot on this show, and he would have the answer and a smile. What the fuck is wrong with this thing? Oh, weird, it crashed. Alright, I'm just gonna fucking force quit. Photo, don't know why it's not. Yeah. And just to mention again, I did order parts for our stuff. What did all I order? I think I just got the bare necessities, those awful eccentricities. So I got some WEMA caps for the EQs, so we can replace the EQs, measure them with their new curve, and then give them back to the client. I ordered CD 4046s for the to finish off the NLC. I can't think of what it's called right now. Big jobs. Got some. Oh yeah, I needed some caps, some 10 microfarad chip caps. I just don't have any more. Got a weird resistor value. Didn't buy a lot of them because it's a weird value, but something needs to be slightly less. I don't know. I should have just fucking put whatever I want. And then I got some more electrolytic caps, SMDs, and then some LEDs. What the fuck LEDs are these? ICs. So I got some LEDs for the where is she at here? This guy. Because we still need to finish this, and all it's missing, well, it needs to be flashed, is it has bicolored LEDs on the inside, and they're three-legged, and I did not know that until I used my eyes to go, oh shit, these are three-legged. I don't have any three-legged LEDs. I just got two-legged. I didn't even know we could do three-legged. What would be the benefit of the three-legged? I guess you could do two colors at the same time. Two colors at the same time, man. But wouldn't that mess up with the impedance, Peter, man? I don't know, man. I figure enough voltage. Hell, two LEDs would double up on a guy like me. You might be onto something, Lawrence. Fuck yeah, I am. Two LEDs. You know what I'd do with 1,000,000 volts? Two LEDs at the same time. Well, I figure with enough voltage, two LEDs would double up on a guy like me. You might be right, Lord. Hell yeah. You ever heard anybody say they got a case of the Mondays? No. Hell no. Fuck no. No, I believe you get your ass kicked for saying something like that. I kind of work with that character. I just realized that. That's kind of funny. Oh my goodness. Pardon me, guys. I apologize. I mean to yawn in your beautiful, awesome ears. So, I'm trying to think if we've got any projects we could work on for tonight. Swing blade. Man, I don't even remember Dwight Yoakam in Sling Blade. So, was that good? Mm-hmm. I reckon you got any more of them canned beans, you can bring them over. Mm-hmm. You got any of them butter biscuits? I'd be happy to eat them too. Mm-hmm. I reckon I don't have to kill nobody tonight. Mm-hmm. What am I doing? What am I doing? I never know. I'm probably insane. Got the brain fungus in my mind. Probably going out my hind. Huh? Blitty blonde hair with the favorite stick everywhere. Ooh. I also ordered the remaining pieces so that I may complete the Zox box, eh? Wait a minute. No, I did not. Niet! I did not. Wait a minute. I didn't. I fucked that one up. Oh, yeah, because I don't... Actually, Mauser doesn't have... That's right. They don't have any of the parts that we need for, What the hell is this? Is that like a whisker? Jesus Christ. I can't even find it. Where... Is it like a cat hair that's stuck on my chin? No, that's just gonna be there, isn't it? No, it's horrible. It's absolutely fucking horrible. Wow. You know, I knew there was a down, but I didn't know it would look like that. Hey, Peter, check out Channel 9. Hey, doesn't that look like Ann? Breast exam, Channel 9. That's right, you'd watch the medical channel. Damn it, Lawrence, can't you just pretend like we can't hear each other? Oh, shit, sorry. That was... I know that show's I know that movie's a classic. Everybody loves that. But that is, you know, that's one of the bits that I remember that still holds me every time because I'm like, that's such a funny and such a relatable thing. You know, I think not everybody, but at least, you know, we've had some semblance of some hotel where you just hear your fucking neighbor through the wall and you're like, God damn it. Can we just pretend like we can't hear each other? Oh, sorry, man. It's okay. Gotta come over. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. You know, maybe we should do that on the stream. Maybe we should go searching. Searching for... Oh, you know, wait. We got searching music. Hold up. Maybe we should go searching. Searching for something that doesn't want to be found. A component. That's right. An electronics component. Two of the most difficult electrical devices out there. A transistor and a CMOS chip. I don't have anything after this, but I'll continue on. Oh wait, I do have something. It's the year 4044. Transistors and CMOSs fight out along the landscape that was once called Earth. Now called Soul. The transistors and the CMOSs fight out in a bitter war. Year after year, century after century. Will it end? Who will be the true victor? The Silicon gods will answer. Listen to the words. They are Beatles lyrics. That is not a coincidence. They are big fans of the Beatles. But the Silicon gods are weird. This is the year 4044. Beware. Driving his hyperbike we see our hero, Sylvester the Transistor, cruising along the landscape with Simusculus on his tail. The bitter war stretched through continent and continent, ocean and ocean, sea and sky, until they met and discovered they weren't too different. They both loved biker movies. No, I don't know. I don't have anything with the rest of the story. But the main point was that it was very dramatic and kind of cool, like sort of. No, okay, well, I'll try. Lobster chung. Welcome in, my friend. I hope you're having a fantastical day. Things are good, like they should. Boom, bop, bed. Ooh, we got a dab on the Horizon. Is that the Dab Horizon? Did you ever see that movie? Dab Horizon? Where we're going, we won't need bowls to smoke. It was really good with, I think it was Sam Neill was in it, something. Where are the bowls? Where we're going, we don't need bowls. Dab Horizon. You never seen it? Oh man, it's awesome. There's some really cheesy CGI in it, but so basically it's this scientist who invents this ship that allows you to dab, but you don't have to do anything. It just instantly dabs you out. It's this technology where he folds the dabs of all your existences into one. So that's like the ship, right? But the crew on it, they vanished and they lost contact and they thought the ship was destroyed. But they find it. But there's no crew, there's no one talking. So these guys are going to go out and try to figure out what happened to the Dab Horizon. They get on the they get on the ship, and like quickly things are just not making sense, and like and shit's going crazy. Like people are seeing stuff, and then they listen to the crew, and they're just like, it's like a horrific bedlam, you know. They're just like there's like all these like sounds and everything. It's just awful. Like they slow it down at one point. They're like, listen, there's the captain. He says something, and they're like. And so they're thinking like the Dab Horizon doesn't work, and they're having to use like chillums and bongs and stuff. And that freaks out the scientist, you know. He's like, no, that's not what the Dab Horizon was about. And eventually a portal to hell opens up and like pulls the scientist in. And it turns out that, like, hell didn't want you to dab. I don't know. The ending was a little bit mysterious. I didn't quite get it. But basically, like, they opened a portal to hell. And there's the great line, like, where we're going, we won't need dabs to get high. You know, it's a cool movie. I used to watch it, like, every few years, you know. Really scary, like really, there's some, like I said, and like the dab drive, that thing is freaky as hell. The dab drive that they have, it's like this sphere of like, I don't know, shatter or something, but it's creepy. It's really creepy. Would watch again. Would recommend anyone watching Dab Horizon. It's a great movie. Oh man, isn't it basically a Dab Hammer 420K story? Oh man, I'm not familiar with Dab Hammer 420K. That sounds fucking boss as shit, though. Jesus Christ. Does it come in on a fucking dragon? Dab Hammer 420K? Is there dragon? Because I need that. I want a dragon blowing, smoke out. I want that dragon vaping. I need dragons in my life right now. Please. Dragons. I don't care if they're teeny tiny ones or they're the kind that will just stomp me out. I need that in my life. I want it. I deserve it too. All right? I don't think anybody is more dragon deserving than me. Well, okay, me and Sir, is it Sir Michael Ian? Oh, no. Yeah, whatever. The Gandalf. I think both of us are good, as far as dragons go. As far as deserving go, I feel like I know, and that's a little controversial for me to really put myself up there, and I know what you're thinking. Sid, you're biased. Of course you would think you were more deserving of a dragon than your average person, but let me tell you something. I forgot what you were saying, and I'm just going to ignore it, and I'm going to tell you dragon. Dragon. Little disclosure here. Every time I say the word dragon, I make 15/10 of a cent. If I say dragon enough, I can almost make a penny. And if I get a penny, I can dragon that up to a nickel. What's a nickel? People from Europe are asking. I thought that was a earth metal. Well, yeah. It's also a 5-cent piece. We give nicknames to our money. Kind of weird when you say it out loud. Oh, that's a great jam, by the way. We're gonna bump this up. Let's complete the story of our transistor CMOS war.
The CMOS drives over the open roads of what used to be Ohio. He comes across an old structure. He knows his target's possibly inside, or at least information. He shows them a photograph. The vagrants look at him in chill madness and run. In anger and disgust, the CMOS rides back out on the street on his hoverbike. Lighting a cigarette. Up the end of his tailpipe, he takes a long drag. Where could he be? 400 years of searching, and nothing. The CMOS adventure will continue for next time.
I wonder if I could feasibly make good content like that, you know? Because that wasn't good. It was okay. But what if I actually tried? Who knows? Who fucking knows? Hey! You guys just showed up at the best time of the stream. What time is it, Sid? It's time for incredibly amazing technology I discovered recently while I was working. Let me see if I can get the... Oh, come on, bring it back to the... Oh, no. All right. So, this is awesome. Hey, Karzis, welcome in, mate. So this is pretty cool. So, have you guys heard of, and I got this from like TikTok or whatever, but I went and looked at it and actually it's true. So, have you guys have heard of this service from Google called Notebook LM? It's a language model, but what makes it different is that it will take the data that you input into it. I'll explain. I'll get to that in a second, actually. It takes it, so it'll only, it's like ChatGPT or whatever, but it'll only source the data that you give it. So a lot of people in research or in academia or whatever will have it ingest a paper or a study or something, and then you can be able to query it. You can get get information and data out of it because it's using, an LM model, but it's only sourcing that data, which is kind of cool, very cool. What makes it absolutely insane is they added a new feature in which you can press a button and it will, oh God, guys. I'm torn, I gotta do it. Guys, get ready to get heavy. Get up, because we're gonna bump up, get down, because there ain't no clown in this here town. We got none other than Proton Fig coming up with that pipe and hot, won't stop, skin him up, oh my God, freaking hot. That's a new record, baby. That's a new record. We're going to put that in the record books. We're going to put that in the record books. Guys, get ready for awesomeness because it is upon us. We've got none other than Proton Fig in the house. If you like C64, you like chip tunes, you like the SID chip, you love all that, you gotta slam on that link. Pop open a new window, hit that follow, get them notifications when they go on. They are on quite a bit, so you will not be in want. You will be fulfilled. Mate, how was your stream? Were you working on some jams this time? What do, pray tell? I was just talking about a really cool piece of technology, and then you showed up right when I was about to reveal the craziest bit about it, but that's cool because I love repeating myself. It's a thing I'm gonna get gooder at. Exactly, Chaos Fool. You can so Notebook LM is a service from Google. You can input data, it'll query that data. You can do like everything you would do with ChatGPT, but it's not. But one of the new features they added, which is absolutely amazing, is that you can press a button and it will generate a 2-person podcast talking about the topic. So I tested it by feeding it the Wikipedia article on voltage dividers. Now, if you look, now there is some meat in here, but there's an awful lot of math. And I'm not a math guy. You know, I like weed. So, oh, it's 6:48. Stream is short and late. Oh, right on. So I fed it in. Here, let me kill. Oh, I guess I could have killed it up there. Whatever. So I fed it voltage dividers, and oh, I hope the volume works. We'll see. Hopefully it's not too hot. And it gave me this.
Welcome back to the deep dive. Today we're going to dive into the world of voltage dividers. Ever find yourself needing a specific voltage, but the only source you've got is way too powerful?
Happens all the time.
Right. That's where voltage dividers come in. They're like the superheroes of the circuit world.
It really is remarkable, the range of applications for something so seemingly simple. I mean, we're talking everything from like fine-tuning the volume on your radio.
Oh, that's a good one.
To, enabling microcontrollers to actually measure temperature.
Okay, so let's break that down a bit. Imagine you need like a tiny bit of water for your herb garden, right? But all you've got is this fire hose just blasting away.
Bit of a problem there.
Yeah, you'd need something to divide that flow, right? To get it to a manageable level. Well, that's essentially what a voltage divider does with electricity. It takes a large voltage and uses resistors to create a smaller, more controlled voltage at the output.
Perfect analogy. To get a little more technical, we call a voltage divider a passive linear circuit. Basically, this means it doesn't amplify the input voltage, it just divides it.
Yeah.
Like think of splitting a pie, right? You're not baking a whole new pie, you're just deciding how big of a slice you want.
Makes sense. Okay, but how...
Okay, so I can keep going if you guys are interested at all. I'd be more than happy. I've listened to this a couple times. It's genuinely entertaining. But what's... so someone asked if it's free, and yes, it is free. You can just go to... just Google Notebook LM and you'll find it. But it's... What's interesting to me, so there's a couple of cool things here. Obviously, this is a great way to take a complex topic like, voltage dividers, where it is a bit math heavy and a lot of aspects of it, not all the way, but I mean, to actually be able to know, and they talk about that in here. He does mention a little bit of math, but he just basically does the very basic ones for you to determine what the value of the resistors are. He's like, oh, well, you basically take these and divide by your voltage and then what you want. And you're like, divide? I know what that means. So it never gets to the, algebraic or whatever stuff. I'm trying to think here. Yeah, it's just a really cool. It's I don't know. I had a good time with it, and I'm tempted to feed it more complex stuff. I was going to look at Class D amplifiers and see what that might do for me, but not yet. I don't know. This is like so much concentrated power in such a small space, but what a great way to study. What a great way to learn. I don't know. I was really excited. Thought I'd share it with y'all in case none of you know. If you want to... Now, you can feed this all kinds of data, too. So you can have these... I don't know. I haven't tried having it, do a synopsis of a fictitious story or anything like that. I don't know what would happen if you gave it, Fiddler on the Roof or something like that. But, oh yeah, one other thing that's really amazing with those podcasts, if you listen to them, they're really good. They're making jokes.
they're like bouncing off. They have like real chemistry. And there's like plosives on the microphones that never ever existed. It's just, it's wild to me. The emulation, like how emulation is getting these days, is just wild. They're really, there's a lot of smart people on there that are really covering all the teeny tiny bits. And that was a lot of them in that deal. Synthcat over on YouTube, thank you so much for the help. Google Nova Galim. Yeah, it's really fun. And like I said, I was thinking about, I wonder if I need to look up what the rules are for sharing, but I thought about what if I could like put this content, you know, just take this and put this in as content, not necessarily monetize it or anything, just to get it available for people, because it would be nice to be able to share these deals, and then you would know the source materials to go, oh, it's that Wikipedia article on voltage dividers. I'll follow along and a little bit more in depth. Hold up, I just realized I'm way behind on feeding it technical design data or code. I don't know what its limitations are. I think it would be able to handle it. The source that I got it from was medical. He was a med student or something to that effect, and they were using it to for like really large medical files and whatnot, like studies and so forth. That's what I'm thinking, Unhip. It would be a really great study aid and a great way to learn by just putting this alongside, you know, maybe using the podcast as a good jumping off point for, because it's very layman. Everything's, you know, you could play it for anybody and they're going to get the majority of that. You know, there's going to be a little bit where it just kind of gets off the rails, but even then it's still 90% palatable. I fed it a research paper, a podcast interview, some YouTube vids, Wikipedia articles, and websites, and it has flaws. Like I wouldn't use it to learn for test or real world stuff where details matter, but it also has a nice feature like it can interpret charts and pictures and even transform anecdotes and make up their own. Interesting. Yeah, they do the whole water thing, and they get more in depth with it, but it actually kind of was my eureka a little bit for a voltage divider, because I'm like, of course, that's right. So I don't know, it might be good for, because electronics, there's a lot of abstracts that you're dealing with. You know, they're non-tangible. You'll never, you know, they're non-visible. There's a lot of things you just don't know. You just have to go on faith that they behave the way they do. And I'm thinking that this might be a great way for me to kind of bridge that gap, because I'm not that kind of guy. I can't really do that. Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. Fictional stuff like, oh yeah, feed it the Dune series. Let's talk about Ix. Yeah, exactly. Well, yeah, and you're just using it for research study. All right, mates, give me a couple minutes here. I'm gonna go to the restroom and I'm gonna check on Mrs. Hirasi real quick, and then I'm having a good time so far, and we'll hang out for a bit longer. I didn't really know how long I want to stream. I just felt like I wanted to kind of touch base because I wasn't gonna really be able to tomorrow or Monday, so I thought it might be nice to get in a little early. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Karsus. Exactly. It's great. And it's enjoyable content. Honestly, I love these AI's banter. It reminds me a lot of NPR, like All Things Considered style, which I grew up listening to that all the time. I enjoyed it, so that's awesome. Well, yeah, I'm glad I could share that tech with you guys. I learned about it on one of them TikTokers. That TikToker fella, he was like, hey, look at this. And I was like, damn, that's pretty cool.
And so I said, I got to tell Chad about that. They're going to think that's pretty cool too, because we like, that's neat tech. And I love podcasts, god damn it. All right, guys, I'll be right back in just a few minutes. So what did you put in, Chaos? Check the example podcasts on the page and you would get an idea of what it can or will maybe sometime. Oh. I don't know. I don't have anything special on my Google account. In fact, they're kind of mad at me on my Gmail account because they're like, dude, free up some space, man. You're about to full up, man. You want your full? Now you gotta pay us cashola. But of course, if you pay us cashola, we will like quadruple it. So there's a really big incentive to just do it and be over with. But then I'm like financially, you know, indentured to them. I don't want that anymore. All right. So I just checked with Mrs. Hersey and ordered some food. So we do have some food on. So if I get super hungry and we want to keep streaming, we don't have to fucking stop, guy. We don't have to stop at all. Let me take cashish. Yeah, that's what I did. I don't know how many of you are trapped behind the ads. I'll wait. Oh, okay. It looks like the ads are over. So, I don't know what a cashish. It sounds like a weed money. Yeah, I just fed it the Wikipedia article on voltage dividers, and it just gobbled it up. Yum, 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 yum. I don't know. I'm personally. Oh wait, it says it's going to start an ad. Oh, damn it. I thought it was saying that it was an ad, but it says it's going to do an ad. I don't even know what's an ad at all. Here, let me see something here. I think we have a foo bar. Oh, there it goes. This would be a good time for me to change my bat tray. Because, I don't know, it's probably going to poop here in a minute. Actually, we got at least another couple of hours, but why, Tim? Ah, there we go. Fate averted temping.
Cassius Clay. That's his name, Cassius Clay. He was a boxer. And he called himself Muhammad Ali. And he was the baddest mother. Shut your mouth! Oh, wait. I messed that up. He was the baddest mother. Shut your mouth. I can't do it, can I? I can't. No. It's gone. Now we just have Adult Me Rod. And Adult Me Rod is okay, but, you know, I kind of like it when his voice is a little higher. But we ain't got that right now, so you dig? That's what we're gonna do. For now.
Yeah. So anyways, yeah, I ordered some pizza. It'll be on the way. I will wear it like a banner, and we will enjoy it. So what all did we go over today? We went over the PA. We went over PA alignment, which is fun for me. What else? I think that's it. Unless we get into the deets again. But good news is, as far as the stream is concerned, I don't have another gig until for like a week and a half, basically. And yeah, and I'll be gone a week. However, I may try to IRL stream, but like I said, lately there's just been so many people that are just awful, and they've kind of been ruining it. And I feel like I keep getting thrown in with those awful people. Like that whole trip to Denver was really wild to me, like how much trouble I had. And then I kind of noticed in other places, I was like, man, I don't know. I think people just aren't okay with this. Ooh. You know, if we wanted to do some fixing, we could work on the Befacco spring verb. I think I have all the parts there. And we have a little table power supply so we could run juice. And, you know, we could run it from the noodle toaster too. But either way, we'd have power to do the necessary nestering. What else? You know what? I actually literally have a goddamn list of all the things that we need to do. Oh, you know what? Why don't we do that tonight? That might be worth our while. Because the client was asking if I could get another one of these color boards built. And if we did, it would be off our list. I'm supposed to be getting some stuff in for repair, but I don't know. The guy's so flaky. It's such a pain. Yeah, that's where I like to go just play pinball. The issue I run into is, and I don't know what's the cause, but the audio and the video will get out of sync. And it's not a question of when, it's just, it's gonna happen. And sometimes it takes a few hours, sometimes it takes like 6 hours, but eventually it gets out of sync. And it's really bad. It's like several seconds. And the only solution is to stop and restart the entire stream, which sends out the notification, everything. It's a real pain. I should check and see though. I haven't tried any of the new software lately. Maybe they fixed all the leaky bits. So there's a pinball place near me, or not near me. There's a. So some of you might remember, although it was a while ago, I guess, when we hit 4,000 subs. Wow, that'd be cool. When we hit 4,000 followers, we went to we celebrated by having a fairly long stream at my local pinball place. And I think it was on an off night, so we kind of had the place to ourselves. It wasn't too bad, and it was a good time. There's another pinball place we could go to. However, it's a bit more crowded as far as like elbow room and stuff. And butt room, like the machines behind you are pretty close. And the last time I was there, I was a little bit disappointed that, like, as the night progressed, more and more machines just didn't work. And there was, like, literally no one walking the floor fixing, you know, little bugs and little problems with the machines or anything like that. And, I don't know, it kind of bummed me out a little bit and kind of kept me from wanting to come, you know. Well, I mean, I'm going to go back there, but man, I got to pick the right day or something. Also, man, I didn't get drawn in, Charlie. I didn't get drawn in. Charlie, Penguins, the utmost critical giveaway. Was hoping to get a Mac to make some iOS apps I had on the brain for a good year. Saving income has been slow. I want a job bad. I hear you, mate. I'm a big fan of that guy. I watch him on YouTube a lot. I watch a lot of his videos. I'm not a subscriber, but he shows up a lot in my feed and so forth, and I follow a lot of the, you know, YouTube drama. It's kind of my guilty pleasure. First it was police body cam footage, and then I kind of got bored with that, and now I'm into YouTube drama. I'm like, what? This person's doxing that? Oh, that's messed up. They need to be dealt with. What is YouTube? Why are they not? You know, all these like crazy little dumb shit. Some of them are very serious. Some of them are very disturbing. Most of them are accompanied by the soundtrack of Womp Womp. But I do really enjoy Charlie. He's grown on me. I thought he was a little odd at first, but after watching like maybe 4 or 5 dozen videos of his, I'm like, yeah, this dude's solid. This dude's on the level. I enjoy it. I like his perspective. I don't always 1,000% agree with him, but I enjoy it and I respect it a lot too. He's a really he's a thoughtful dude. It's very evident. I went to the police. Yeah, you know what the problem is, Flask? So I did it when I was sick. Like earlier this year, you guys might remember, I had like this jaw problem, and I just basically had a headache non-stop for like a month. I just always had a headache. It wasn't horrible, but it was just there. And I felt awful, so I would just watch YouTube on the couch, and I got into police body cam footage, and it was really fascinating. But eventually you realize it's the same thing over and over. Like, I don't know how anyone could ever be a cop unless they love repetition. Then it'd be a great job. Because all those people just say the same thing over and over. Everyone behaves the same way over and over. It's just the same thing over and over. And the benefit is, if I ever get in that predicament, I know, shut my mouth, you know, don't try to outsmart him. Oh my God, those are fucking great. I'm drunk and I got caught. But I think I'm going to outsmart these pigs with my mind by asking questions to their questions. Oh, a little Socratic method. But their questions aren't like, why are we beings? Or what is in sky? What do we call... No, it's, what was I doing wrong? What was I doing wrong? What was I doing? What's the job? Why are you chasing on me? What did I do wrong? What did I do wrong? What did I do wrong? I don't know what it is, but apparently when you're drunk, you get like skip record brain or something is like a real common thing. Because a lot of those people, I watched one the other day, because I still watch them from time to time. It was this couple that got kicked out of a Ren fair, and the guy just kept saying over and over, like something like, I'm just trying to get a dragon, or I don't know what he said. He said something stupid. And he just kept saying it over and over and over, and it was just like, what are you expecting, bro? Like, other people to join in? Are you trying to start a chorus here? Is this like your song? What'd I do wrong? What'd I do wrong? What'd I do wrong? But yeah, those are fun. Those are fun. They are a guilty pleasure. I'm not exactly, a good... I don't feel like a good person for watching them, but they're there, man. Whatever. But I currently need like around 400 for a Mac, open box Best Buy, and $100 for the developer license to use this the store. And you don't, well, I'm trying to think of anything that might help you there, but I'm kind of dead on ideas. This thing is getting stupid. There we go. What's your badge number? Yeah, that's a good one. Sovereign citizens are great too. I love those people. I think they got Harry Potter and how the law works confused. Because I think they can just say, like, habeas corpus. And the cop is like, they've said the words, we must retreat. They have called the great habeas corpus. We are powerless against this individual, this sovereign citizen. Behold.
This is 019er.
Yes. One of them is a sovereign citizen.
Over. Did I hear you correctly? Did you say sovereign citizen? Over.
That is correct. And she used the words.
Understood. Retreating.
Yes. Retreat!
Man, I wish I could help you out, Muscle. I don't have any jobs I know of out there. Do you live in a major metropolitan area? Like a large city? Maybe the job maybe the job of AV is right for you. That's right. Enter the exciting world of audiovisual by working at a hotel and going, oh, I don't know if this is right for me. This hotel life, it sure feels like I'm in prison. Then you can take all the skills you learned from prison and apply them to the outside world as a freelancer. That's right. You can be a freelancer. You can pay twice the amount on your taxes and have absolutely no benefits whatsoever. Best part is, though, you get to keep most of your money. That's right. Well, less than you would if you were private, but you jack up the price. What are my tips? Marry into healthcare. That's right. If your spouse has a normal job like everyone else, they can get healthcare probably, and then you can piggyback on that. Woo! Fuck you, Cobra. I got a wife. What do you got? Nothing. Cobra. It is truth. It's an annoying fact. I don't, it's funny when I see people like post like, oh, I got like all this money from like YouTube or whatever, they're like, oh, I got like 50 grand. And like, dude, you mean you got 30 grand? You didn't get 50 grand. You got 30 grand. You need to put 20 of that aside right the fuck now before you regret it. I guess you don't have to do 20. You could get away with 10. But if you know what's good for you, you should just do 20, put 10 into taxes, and then 10 into IRAs or, some sort of tax fixing thing. Laundering Funyun chips. Yeah, not a financial advice, just probably not the dumbest thing to start off with. Yeah, it's kind of wild, but honestly, I couldn't go back to the private sector. I could never go back to a job like that. Like, my brain is completely wired out of it now. There's no way in hell I can make it back. I had a friend who transitioned to working in a studio, and he didn't mind it so much. But I think, I don't know, he's kind of done a little bit of both here and there, I guess. I don't know. Your rack isn't a retirement strategy? No, I was thinking about that though when I realized how expensive and how much the space station could feasibly be worth, because it's like the most not monetizable, that's not the right word, but it's the most easiest thing to equate because there is hard numbers for all of that. So I could pull those numbers and be like, oh, this is worth $8,000 or whatever. And then all the extras put into it, I think, would add to its value. But then the question is, why the fuck would I sell it? You know? That sounds like an awful idea. That's like you build that hot rod that you always wanted. You build that perfect dream home, and then you sell it after like a week or a year. I don't know. Maybe after 20 years, you're like, I'm done with this home. Ooh, it'll probably be worth even more by then. Property value of Eurorack skyrockets. Can you imagine the headlines in the New Yorker? Or the New York Times? I don't know the difference between the two, by the way. That's so dumb, isn't it? Wait a minute. Studios are a bit more shady, or it can be rather you think you could even be a tat artist. Wait. Bam Bam, are you asking me if I could? No, I can never be a tat artist. I do not have any drawing skills whatsoever. I have like one thing I can do, and it is utterly useless. So, not gonna be using that drawing technique that is no one wants. I never sell any gear. Neither do I. I've never really sold any. Basically, I have like a proxy type thing. So me and my best friend, we've, he's my best friend. We've been in bands together. We've been doing music together for, what year is this? Over 24 years, maybe 25. And so we have a lot of history together. And when we were in the band together, we had a studio, we had a lot of things, and we kind of just shared all of it. Like, the money was kind of from him, kind of from me, and kind of from the other people, kind of from our ventures that we did. We were in-house audio for this one place, so we financed a lot of our gear that way. And, but, after that was done, we had this and this. So, like, for example, these rockets, I don't think I ever bought those. I think the studio bought those for us. We have another pair of reference monitors. They're a little smaller. I think they're the Alesis M1s. But my buddy has those because he likes the smaller form factor, and he likes that he likes that they're passive, and he replaced the drivers in it and everything and kind of tuned the boxes up, and they're honestly not too bad. Although I keep joking like, yeah, it'd be great if you could just replace all the wood in it, then it'd be great. New drivers, new foam, new wood, perfect. New crossover, perfect. We're done. This is a great speaker now. Over there is the trash from it. But anyways, because of that factor, what often occurs is that we trade gear back and forth between each other. Sometimes we're just not into it. We need time away from it, or we're finding that it's just sitting around and maybe it's time to sell it. Maybe it's time to get rid of it. Neither of us are playing it. So I haven't done it in a long time, but I would borrow that gear and I'd, play with it. I'd have my go at it, and then I would feel the same way. I'd be like, yeah, man, did you want that back? Yeah, I was thinking about selling it and, getting this instead. You should do it, man. And that's the way I sell gear. Via proxy. I give it to my buddy. He plays on it, and then he either is like, did you want it back? And I'd be like, yeah, I missed it. I want it back. And he'd be like, here you go, like Mario. And then other times, I'll be like, nah, I'm kind of done with that thing. It has these things, that I don't dig. And then he'll be like, oh, I'm going to sell it and get this instead. And then this, whatever it is, will sometimes wind up here. Sometimes not. It doesn't really matter. Like, one of the cool things that I learned from him, like right from the get-go, and I remember even that moment that he said something that like really kind of blew my mind. I really learned that like owning gear and owning stuff is not really, you can't put too much stake in it. Really, the most important thing is just to have enjoyable things to be around. And the fact that I can have gear here that I'm like, I need to get it out of here or whatever. I mean, I have a lot of storage here, like the samplers. Those are being stored here. They're going to probably be here after I'm gone. Jesus Christ, that's... Oh, I think, all right. Well, they're almost approaching the pizza delivery. AI is not doom and gloom the media puts out. I don't think at all. I kind of had an argument with one of my guys I worked with. He's like, oh man, I don't like it. And I was like, goes, all it has to do, you've seen the Terminator. And I'm like, dude, the LM AI that's out there right now isn't Terminator. It's not Skynet. It's the fucking computer from Star Trek, The Next Generation and on. Watch Star Trek and notice all they're doing is giving AI prompts. That's the computer. Give me star systems in this sector that have over 22% They're just giving AI prompts. And then it poops it out. That's all it is. It's someone pointed it out and I can't unsee it now. I'll be right back, guys. I got to get this pizza up. All right. I'm going to give it a couple of minutes and then I'm going to get a slice of pizza. But Mrs. Heresy was really hungry, so I'm going to let her tear into it. And I don't know if it's poison, so I got to be careful. Can't get any poison into here, So she just kind of acts as a food taster. I mean, we've been together like 15 years, and so far, batting 1,000, you know? Doing really good. But someday, I know, my enemies are going to try to poison me. And I'm going to make sure they fail. That's a Sid Heresy guarantee. No poisoning. But yeah, anyways, we were talking about AI. Yeah, I enjoy the, what is it, was it LLM or LM, whatever. I think that's a more appropriate term. I hate the AI thing. It's too confusing. We kind of throw that one way too loosely around. I thought it was the way we describe how video game, like the bad guys in video games interact and like shooters and stuff. I thought that was AI. Now it's not. What the hell's going on? I'm so confused. Just want a term that makes sense. And I want a new duck. One that's not gonna bite. Wait a minute, that's Weird Al. Sorry. Why is this music so fucking loud? There we go. But yeah, I'm really a big fan of it. My buddy, the same person I was talking about earlier, old bandmate, friend of mine, he has been using it to help him build a MIDI to CV converter. He doesn't know anything about programming. Zero. I know more about it than he does, and I know BASIC, or I knew BASIC when I was like 6. And I messed with C when I was like 14 on a Mac back in the early 90s, but I never could really get very far. I ran into a hurdle, or not a hurdle, I ran into a barrier, and I just never got past it. He knows less, and he is using stuff like, I think he's using ChatGPT to help him build the code, and he's compiling it and running it on, I can't remember the chip. It's not a super complicated I think it's an AT actually, but either way, he's writing it. I think it's in Perl, and I was like, oh, that's a great language. He goes, yeah, that's what I read, that's like a good language to work in, and stuff like that. So it's yeah, I love it. The doom and gloom thing is just ignorance, you know? If you spend like 5 minutes talking to someone who's knowledgeable on the topic, or do a little bit of research on the topic, you'll find that like it is the Star Trek thing. But what's interesting is the next one that's supposed to be coming out. Like, I've heard all this talk about the next model and all this hype and foreshadowing and whatever, forewarning, whatever you want to call it. I don't know. I think it's kind of a little bit of BS, but it does sound from every angle a super powerful engine, and it'll be cool to see what it does. I don't know. I've been having fun with the little image makers, making me look like I'm a mad scientist in photos, and I'm Akira. I mean, I that's fun. I like who doesn't want to be Akira, right? You got your super bike and everything. That's and then they just put your head on there and you're like, "Hey, look at that. I'm Akira." Anyways, yeah, am I mispronouncing it wrong? I'm just trying to be as obnoxious as I can. It's a family trait. Yeah, I'm wondering about that too. We'll see. The whole technology fascinates me. I've had a friend kind of try to describe it better to me, the more nuts and bolts of it, and yeah, it just blows my mind. So it'll be cool. Okay, so here's my kind of hot take on it. The only thing I wonder about and I'm concerned about is, like, I noticed personally that my shot glass of a brain can only hold so much knowledge. So when you have like a gallon of knowledge poured into the shot glass, and I know what you're thinking, Sid, you ripped this joke off from Married with Children. That's correct. But I still think that I am Kelly Bundy. But when you pour a gallon of knowledge into a shot glass of a brain, you're going to spill a little bit. And so before, in like the mid to late 90s, and even when I first moved here, I did pizza delivery. And at that time, there was no GPS. Your phone only took phone calls at best. And honestly, when I started, there wasn't even a phone. I had to carry quarters. So if I had to call, I'd have to stop at a payphone and make a call. But you had to memorize the map. You had to memorize your route. You had to basically do MapQuest, the whole thing in your head. And I was very good at that. I was able to like come up with this mental model of the drive and everything in my head, and then I could remember it and everything and get in there. Now that was back when I believe I had more of like a tumbler size of a brain, not a shot glass. This was more of a tumbler, God knows when I had like a jug. That must have been when I was a kid. And then I hit my head, and then it shrunk. But I had a tumbler size worth of brain holding knowledge, and I was really good at it. And then as time went on, you'd print MapQuest directions. Okay. Oh, it says turn on the 14th Street. Okay, yeah. And then now it's like turn by turn directions. And now I couldn't find my way out of a burned corn maze. Like a corn maze burned to the ground, I'm still going, shit. Well, is this north? I don't know which way north is. I guess I'll just keep heading north. I mean, what's going to happen? I have like no skill. So that anecdote leads to a lot of these things can kind of, it's basically and again, you go to sci-fi for the anecdote, but it's basically kind of the history of humans in Dune when they had machines do all the work for them and everything, and they became, complacent and lazy and whatever, I think was the story. And I feel like that could genuinely be an issue, because like eventually you're going to have this scenario where our technology isn't going to kind of work with our current social setup. And some people think of it in an apocalyptic way, but I think it's just more like, you see little things like shit like Bitcoin and stuff. What we're going to monetize ones and zeros, and actually they have more value, all these kind of things where it's like, whoa, this is kind of odd. And I feel like with the recent advancements that we've gotten with a lot of these technologies, it can kind of do a lot of the work for you, and the temptation is so strong to let it do the work for you, and you just take what you need to know, that's going to be a detriment. Like instead of reading Moby Dick and really feeling the story of Ahab and everything, having that whole thing, instead you've got the Cliff Notes, effectively. It's like that, I would say. So you're missing out on the true aspect of it, but you get the bullet points, you get the Cliff Notes. But it's not Moby Dick. It's a lot of stuff. It's a lot of, it's all kinds of data, all kinds of information. And I wonder if that's going to I feel like it could have a possibility for a detriment, but there's a very optimistic part of me that has always believed that these technological things that we're doing, that are coming up, they're eventually going to just liberate us and allow us to become artists and engineers and things like that. People that generate, so that, because I mean, I know people talk about AI art and everything, but AI art is all derivative. It's all kind of a derivative, and even that, who's to say that's not the next step for digital artwork, is to have these AI prompts. I think it's cool. I think that's an interesting. I've seen some absolutely jaw-dropping imagery and artwork and so forth that people have put out and made, and I can't be mad at it. I can't be mad at things that are really exciting and cool, or be scared of it or anything. I don't know. So like I said, my optimism is that, just like how the computer kind of allowed more people to be able to become musicians without having to learn how to play the piano or the drums, or to be proficient even in any of these instruments, they could just get it down and then fix it in the mix. How things like the computer made that available. Now you have people that have no artistic skill generating artwork that really pleases them. I have a friend of mine, he's gotten a tattoo. I was talking about him earlier. He got one on his arm, and then I saw him recently, and he's gotten down further on his forearm. He's like gotten down to his wrist. And I was like, dude, that's sick, And he's like, yeah, I figured go with it. And it's all AI prompts that he generates. He's been working with one of the prompts to come up with the artwork for the tattoo. And then he goes to the artist scales and gets everything, does all the the butter touches that make it perfect. And it looks sick. It looks really cool. I know he's very happy with it. It has the aesthetics that he wants, and so forth. And I'm like, yeah. Card trading shops. Abstraction will help us move forward, but there's trade-offs. All the shitty jobs that aren't labor and manual will be automated because people. Yeah, I like that concept, Bam Bam. That's kind of there's a lot of futurists that kind of fall into that line, and I've felt like that. I mean, being optimistic, I would like that to be true. I think so too. AI prompting is an artwork. So one thing I've seen is I've followed a couple of these cats on Instagram. They just it's just this, they'll have some music and it'll be like a montage cut type deal to this music, but it'll be these like quick video scenes, these active scenes, and there's all kinds of stuff. I've seen some there's one that just makes all these videos about cryptids or something that never existed, and it's just absolutely the most insane stuff I've ever seen. I cannot tell you where it would have been taken from. It's just out of this world. And I've been watching it and I'm like, man, I would really like to hear a story from these things. These images just scream like there's got to be a story. The old saying, a picture is worth 1,000 words. I want to hear those words. And I've been very interested in when is someone going to take, the AI art that we have that's available, I can't think of any. I can't think of the one that's really popular, but, taking one of those really like lifelike engines, or even outside of that, and creating animation, using it as a form of animation, and having, real actors do the voicings and everything like that. Technology can't be too far off to be able to just like move the lip flaps to it so that we can have these stories and these dialogues either first created by a writer and then realized by AI prompting, or I honestly think there's an argument for the reverse, that you come up with the story from the imagery. I've been working on a couple of little tiny projects. I haven't done anything with them yet, where I've taken AI prompt imagery and trying to create these stories for these photos, like what's this photo's story and whatnot. And I'm hoping that, you know, I'm hoping that more people try to do that we get some type of film, because some of these images are just, they're like nothing I've ever seen. Just like really eerie and haunting a lot of the time. Like all of it looks very haunting. So I feel like you could get some really cool vibes and everything from a movie or a story based from some of this stuff. But, you know, I'm just a simple caveman. I was found by your scientist and thawed out. Then I went to Harvard Law School, and I'm just here doing a stream now. But there is one thing I do know. It's time for a dab. Now, I kind of messed up that joke. I forgot to do the "your lights frighten me" and bit, but whatever. I didn't really feel like the joke was working when I started saying it, to be honest. So I was kind of looking for an out, really. You know, if I could be real with you, I feel like I can. I feel like we're there. What pizza did you get? A round pizza named Samuel. Dude, 49 months? Are you? Kidding me? I got it's a, basically, what do you call it? Like, a Supreme. It had a lot of meat on it, though. It sounded really good. I should probably get a slice. I don't know. I'm debating it. I feel like I could just wait. But then part of me is like, wait for what? And then I'm like, well, I don't know. Later? It's going to get colder. And then I'm like, oh, shit, that's right. And then I'm like, I should eat it now. And I'm like, oh, shit, dude. Make a hard bargain. Anyways, how you doing, Dax? Thank you so much for the 49 months. That is unfrickin' believable. And we're gonna do some auditing because this is insane. No, I hope you're doing well. I just finished up. We're having a little impromptu stream. I didn't think I'd be able to stream again until Tuesday, but I finished up the gig a little bit early today, and I almost did the last couple of days, but so I thought, I can make it today, and figured have a little stream. It's probably the largest show I've been the A1 for. I've been the lead for. But I didn't have to do all the work. Like, someone else did the heat map and figured out the hangs and everything. So it wasn't like I had to do all that, because I would have charged a lot of money for it. No. But it was a pretty giant. It was 3,000 people. And trying to think. I had 8 hangs of 6 of this compact line array, the T8s. They're from this company called DB Technologies, not to be confused with D and B Tech. No, they're just D and B. They don't have technologies on their name. Those are 2 very, very, very different companies, and they make very different speakers. Honestly, they weren't too bad. I didn't hate them. They sounded okay. They had some weird noises and stuff, but I got through it. And then it took 2.5 days of setup. And what was the other takeaway? Oh, I did fairly well. I got I got a compliment from the lighting guy, and it was like out of nowhere too. He doesn't hand out compliments, so it was kind of weird. He compared me to other audio engineers we both know, and he said the show wouldn't have gone as good if any of those guys were working. And I'm like, hey man, those guys are actually really good. And he goes, that's my point. And I was like, oh, thank you, you're so sweet. And then he got kind of annoyed I did that, but you know. Yeah, they're not bad. They're just wildly misleading. Anticipation. Then. But yeah, anyways, the show went really good. I think everyone was happy. I don't know. Don't really care. Well, I do care because everyone seemed happy, but I mean, if anyone was unhappy, I don't really care. They can suck it. But how are you doing, mate? I hope you're doing well. You know, I'm gonna grab a slice. That pizza does sound really good. I can eat one slice. I'm not gonna get too bad. Just a second, I'll be right back. All right. We've got it, folks. Oh, shoot. Well, I don't have it. I'm not plugged in. Stand by. Stand by. Stand by. There we go. I'm back in. What'd I miss? We'll have fun if you... Oh, I know. It's going to be such a wild week because I'm just going to have to... out of the pan into the next pan. There's gonna be a lot of panning around. Panic at the disco. Let's see here. So, here's the pizza. I don't know if you guys give a shit or not, but I mean, there it is. Who was playing? Wait, I forgot what we were talking in relation to. Oh, what was the show for the 3,000 person show? It was a boring conference that, so in the business, the joke is it's lawyers, doctors, or bankers. So, this would fall under one of those categories. This thing's a little cold. We're not gonna need him. Podium powered. Man, Podium is kind of fun, kind of suck. No panels. All right, sounds good. Sounds good. Yeah, I did. I should turn the music up a little bit so my chewing doesn't come. Oh no, I turned on that. There we go. So imagine doctors and lawyers had a mosh pit. Oh my god, yeah. They go stage diving from like a 4-foot high deck. You know what's funny, Bam Bam? They always want to do that. Once you build a stage and you put some lawyer or doctor up on it, they're like, they immediately go to just rock and roll world. And they're like, oh, I want my walkout to be the most cliche song in the fucking world. Do you got that? I might. I'll have to look and see if I have We Will Rock You by Queen. What about We Are the Champions? Ooh, we'll see. I don't know. That's gonna be tough. Sure you don't want some Thunderstruck? Mosh pit. Yeah, exactly. Do you have Eye of the Tiger? I know, man. It's so bad. You know what sucks worse, though? Is when they want me to play songs and I've never heard of the artist or the song. And it's like new. And I'm like, oh, fuck. Is this what getting old is like? What the hell is this song? I don't know where it lands. It's just a bunch of people like talking at each other. What the fuck am I... Where's the beat? What the hell is... Oh, man. And then I realized I accidentally got like the wrong address and it's Conan podcast or something like that. But either way, I mean, it's still been pretty weird from time to time where I've been like, oh man, what the hell is this? This is really weird. I don't like this music. Is this what people like now? All right, I had a good run. Take me out, Ziggy. I need to leap into the next body. No Scott Bakula for me. No. Wait, what was his name in the... That reminds me. I still have that episode that someone from chat very thoughtfully pulled and sent to me of an episode of Quantum Leap that I mentioned offhandedly as a quote that has stuck in my head for like 30 years. And they found it and I was like, I keep thinking about, man, I got to find a way to watch this with chat. I don't know if watching an episode of Quantum Leap is even quantifiable enjoyment, but I mean, I need that joke to be stuck in your heads too, you understand? It's been in my head for 30 years. Now it needs to be stuck in your head. That was always the plan. The meme plan. Good pizza. I think it's like Pizza Patron or something silly, but definitely doesn't taste like robot shit. So quantum brain rot. Oh my god, that would be great. Just I love those with the dubs when they keep doing those with like overdubs and they're just like total fucking brain rot like bleh. All skibbity toilet. But it's Skyrim. It's such a great time to be alive. It's right before the dinosaurs take back over and right after jazz was invented. Wonderful time right now for me to leap. But I'll reveal to you guys, the time I'm from and the universe I'm from are very different. We all ride on mopeds. Yeah, mopeds. That's it. Like everybody. When you're a kid, moped. When you're an old man, moped. Other than that, everything else is the same in this timeline and that timeline. Just mopeds, though, I guess, would be really the difference. Like, we don't even know what cars are. Like, I didn't know until I quantum leaped into this timeline. And I was like, wait, what's up with these two mopeds? What's going on? This is a crazy moped. Does one of the mopeds not drive? I can fit, like, so many people in this. I don't know. I don't want to, prime directive the shit out of my own timeline, but I'm telling you, mopeds have their drawbacks. Mostly on when it rains and snows. Really sucks butt. Icy. No fun. No fun on a moped. Cause yeah, they'll study us, and they'll be like, "Well, we look at the Skyrim factor. Oh, yes, that's a microcosm of this time era, in which the humans would go and take a very popular entertainment device called a video game, and change the dialogue to entertain them in new ways." I don't get it. Well, it's called a meme, and basically it relies on pop cultural referencing while internalizing that as sort of an inside joke. Interesting. Yes, and they would use the Skyrim factor to determine which time period we're at. Are we at the, oh, you're still awake time period, which would be the beginning, but also a later stage where merchandise such as pillows with the phrase, oh, you're awake, written from Skyrim started to appear. This will be called the christening. Later, we started to get interesting mods that were introduced into the game, which helped to factor out our entire timeline up until the final Skyrim about 300 years later. Interesting. The final Skyrim. Did this help the humans? No. It just made them laugh. A prisoner of Earth. Oh, man. I had to take a long ways to get there. I apologize. Are you schizo? No. I I dated someone that was schizophrenic. That was weird. We had this guy that would watch us every time we tried to make out. He wasn't real. He was an invisible elf-like dude, but it made it really hard to make out. Big bummer. And for context, I was 16. And that was pretty cool back then. I mean, whoa. It was really cool. Honestly. Like, you bragged about it a little bit. Now, I don't really brag about it too much. I mean, every now and then when I'm like, you know, at the airport and I want to see if I can get ahead on the line, I bring up the fact that, like, hey, sometimes my wife and I make out. Can I get up ahead of this lady with the stupid dog? And I don't mean that as a pejorative to the dog. It clearly is not a very smart dog. It hasn't worked yet, but you know, it's like a safe. You gotta dial it in and know the exact combination. Saw the vid guy with a bunch of rollerblade wheels attached to his shins. Oh yeah, I've seen something like that too. I've been seeing a lot of camera ops do some pretty wild rigs with like one-wheelers, whatever they're called, hoverboards. And they come up with great shots, so, I mean, I can't point a stick at them and say, that would be rude. The moment you realize you are an imaginary person in someone else's schizo episode. Yeah, I don't know what we're all talking about this schizophrenia. I'm just talking about quantum leaping. Like Commander Archer, Scott Bakula. Ooh. The people want to know. Over on YouTube, by the way, this is Prisoner of is saying. I don't mean to over dramatize that. It just sounded cool, really. The people want to know. Speak the truth. I don't think I could ever not tell the truth. Man, it says it's all poo-poo to YouTube. Well, now it's catching back up. I don't know what's going on. The internet today, not like it was yesterday. All right, so this pizza, actually pretty good. The sauce is a little sweet. Not too sweet, but it's like you can tell they put sugar in the sauce, and you're like, oh man, stop. Don't pour sugar on the sauce. Pour sugar on me, babe. Well, pour some sugar on me, babe. In the name of love. Yeah, there's a lot of pizza places that do that. They will be gone in the future. All right, I'm gonna dump my plate and I'll be right back, mates. Go. Rinse its root point off. Perfecto.
nice. I compliments to the people that put that together at Pizzas, home of the best pizzas, and large chunks. I'm just doing some post-eating maintenance here. It's part of getting old. Or maybe it's just part of being self-aware. I don't know. Let's see, mates. How are we doing right now? We're at 5 minutes. 5 hours. That's not too bad. What time is it here in good old Phoenix of A? We're at 10 o'clock. Let's see. Let me check something here. Where's the thing that tells me about... That somehow doesn't make sense. So I'm just going to give it up. We're going to have a pinball stream sometime. Okay. Curious. Because we were talking about it a little bit, and I think I sidetracked myself because I'm, you know, really good at it. What kind of pinball stream would you all be interested in seeing? So there's a couple of different options that we can do. Now, I can easily set up a virtual pinball stream, and those are okay. I can chill here. We can listen to some jams. I can even run it through some deals, so it you know, doesn't set off the DMCA alarms. I won't be able to do it for YouTube, though, so we'd only be able to really stream out on Twitch for those, but that kind of makes sense since Twitch is more game central. And then we can also carry that over to a physical virtual machine I have. It's called a Legends Pinball Micro. It's I think it's 1/4 size. I can't remember the ratio, but it's a smaller pinball machine. It has like a 13-inch screen in the bottom, and then there's a screen for the back glass. And you can do a couple of things with this. One of the cooler, it has a bunch of games that it runs on its own, and they're great. But one of the other things is that you can, it's set up for input, so you could run 2 video lines to it from, God, what am I trying to say? From VPX, and it'll populate those. So it's kind of fun to do that. It's a little tricky to capture, so we would just do the built-in games, and they're all very unique games from Zachariah or Zakaria. I don't know how you're supposed to pronounce it, but that's one option. And then I see you're bringing up Arcade IRL. So I want to do it. I need to check out the software again to be sure that we're going to have a good experience. You know what? Maybe we could go... There is a place that we might be able to go to that would be on a Tuesday night. They wouldn't go really late, so it'd kind of be indicative to our schedule. They have like non-alcoholic drinks, so I can, you know, I'm not drinking beer for 8 hours straight. I can drink some, you know, soda and you know, other stuff. We can get food delivered there. They're cool about that. It's a bar, but they have enough room
and they have a lot of cool games, and I think I could get in there with a selfie stick and I could talk to the owners there almost all the time. And I kind of know him. I mean, he knows I'm a fan of his bar, because I bring a lot of different people in there. I haven't lately, but like a year ago, I was bringing all kinds of people in. So I think he recognizes that. But I think he would be okay with it because he could kind of see it as free advertising. Oh, well, this guy's streaming it on the internet. He's going to bring it up, which I will afterwards. Although I think there's signage inside the place, so I'm probably going to inadvertently, tell y'all where it is anyways. But it doesn't really matter. If that is even the case, I don't think that would be the worst thing in the world. Well, there's a couple of places here in Phoenix that are really nice, or in the Valley, that I really like to go to, that I've been to. There's some I'm probably missing out on that. Man, this poor watch, it's dead. Oh, it's dead. So one is the Electric Bat. It's a I can't remember. I think they have like 60-something pens. And it's owned by this lady who's pretty big in the scene here. She's she knows her stuff. Like it's definitely not some casual collector. She's worked for I think she still works for Stern. I don't know. I've heard that story. I've never had it confirmed, but she's very much in the biz and in the scene and everything like that. And as such, the games are nearly all of them. There's like a couple of games that I'm like, meh. And almost all the games are very well kept. They get a lot of the really cool games that everyone's excited for. They got Elton John, which was really kind of neat, but then kind of got boring after a while. But it's still cool initially. The Godfather, just really the really hard to find stuff. They're the guys that get it. So it's kind of nice, and the place itself is a really great. It's a bar. The place that it's at is this really cool kind of Phoenix place called the Yucca Tap. And it's a music venue, and then they also have another bar on the side. So it's like a bar with a restaurant, and they do all kinds of stuff. Like they have a DJ, and they'll do like... One time we were in there, and they had like punk night, and they were just playing like old school punk, and you had these kids like in their 20s with the spike jackets, doing the sugarfooting and stuff, and it was so cool. I loved it. And then the pinball place opened up, and it was pretty small, but then they were able to expand into the building next to them, and I think they're as big as they can get. And they still have plenty more room. I think it's just a question of if they want to eat up the center. Another really cool place is that I've just recently discovered is Starfighter Arcade. That is up in northeast Mesa, pretty far east Mesa, but it's up in the northern region. And there's like a little airport up there. There's a lot of airports here, though, so that doesn't help. But anyways, it's pretty cool. It's inside of a business park, so they have really weird hours, and I think that's in relationship to the business park. Like, it's an agreement, so they don't have customers eating up all the parking spaces, so that, the business people can have it. I don't know. Whatever it is, it is. But they're open Friday, Saturday, Sunday. and they're open for 4 hours. And I've gone there 2, 3 times. Yeah, 3 times, I think. Maybe twice. Well, oh wait, technically third because I went there a long time, but they haven't expanded, so they're twice as big. They have close to 90, I think they have like 96 games. And they have a couple of absolute gems. Like, really, like, whoa. One is a Star Trek The Next Generation. Now, that alone is really, really badass. But on top of it, the restoration is, I think, a complete like the table, the playfield looks perfect. It looks like it's never had any mile. It definitely doesn't look like it's from the 90s. And all the plastics are fantastic. It works great. And they did a lot of really cool blacklight mods and so lighting mods that look really, really beautiful. Same thing for the other most popular game in pinball, which would be the Twilight Zone, at least on IPDB. And that one, they have probably my favorite version so far. It has a bunch of really cool lights. There's some really cool RGB lighting effects in a lot of it, and they react. Like, it's not just a chaser or anything. It actually has some really cool deals. But what I love is that you can see the playfield very clearly and play very well, being able to make out everything. I know some people like how dark it is and how you can kind of lose the ball, and it's kind of that fear factor, and I get it. But I'm done with that. I want to score points. I don't want to fuck around. And that mod kind of is like a really great way to still have that look, and still have an enjoyable play experience. So those are 2. They have like a couple of other like super unique games. It's cool, but the problem is that place is really crowded. There's a lot of kids, which, people are weird about that kind of stuff, and I totally understand. So I get it, and I don't want to have to be explaining myself there. So I don't think that place is going to work. And honestly, the games, there's no one taking care of them throughout the night. So they just all start breaking. And it's all free play. So people just hit start, play 1 ball, and then leave. So you walk up and you have to clear out 2 balls before you can even fucking play. Ooh, shit. We took a big... There it goes. Ouch. Damn internets. And then the other place, there's a couple of other ones, but one of them is kind of, I don't think it would be better. But one place is this place in Mesa in downtown called, there's actually a few. I might try to check out this other one again. But it's it's called the BRI Tap Room. And they have, I think, over 20 or so pens, and it's like at maybe 25. They keep adding on. Like, they had a lot of arcade games, but now it looks like they have more pens than arcades, and they've really just kind of trimmed out the fat on the arcades, in my opinion. Like, they did have, I didn't know it at the time, but they had the modded, hacked version of Street Fighter, which I just learned from MVG, the YouTuber, that's what I was looking at. It was like this hacked version of Street Fighter 2 that is basically broken, but it's very fun kind of broken. So, Bam Bam, do you have, are you familiar with the app, or actually just the website, pinballmap.org? I guess, if you already know that it's a 40-minute drive, you probably, I bet the answer is yeah. I feel kind of dumb asking. But either way, if anyone's not familiar and you're looking for pins, pinballmap.org, they've got an app for your phone. So when I travel, that's what I do to find like pins and places to play. One thing you can do, and this is kind of cool, if you are a bit of a pinhead and or you want to, you know, I don't know. When Laserlos was here, we like the last night we got to really hang out, and he was telling me, he's like, one of the things I like to do is to go to bars and or like, you know, places where they have like, you know, 1 or 2 Sterns, but it's not like a hotbed. There's not a bunch of, you know, players there, and because Stern games, the replay number is often by default set to this averaging system. So if you have a bunch of people just playing and they're just like, you know, super filthy casuals, they never play pinball, you know, maybe most of these people, it's their first time to ever play that game, that brings that replay score way down. And then you can go in, hit that, maybe even get a high score. That's like 3 or 4 credits. Like you can really stack up the credits. And that was what we would do. We'd just go to a place and he'd play like a game for like an hour or so, and with just 1 deal of credits. It was insane. But if you do find a place where there isn't a lot of, you know, maybe there's just one at the hotel, or, you know, or at a gas station or something like that, or a laundromat, it may be worth it if you approach it with that idea of like, oh man, it's even $1 instead of 75. You know, it's they don't have the, you know, $2 for 3 play, none of that, no discounts. You can look at it as like, all right, the challenge is, what's the replay at? It's at 53 million. I need to get 100 million. I've played this game before. I know I can get 50 million. That's not the question. It's how much further. What's you know, the leaderboard. So I don't know, just something I throw out there for people that are looking for pins, even if you don't have a lot around you. Sometimes those places might be fun. A lot of the times, I think the worst part, and it's kind of a mixed thing, is like all the Stern games. Stern's a very popular pinball manufacturer. There's about 4 or 5 other manufacturers out there. Jersey Jack, American Pinball, and then there's other companies that do remakes that are, you know, that's all they do is they get the license to redo this other game, and it's a 1-to-1 copy, and they'll update a little bit of stuff for quality of life, and but they, you know, they get to reap the rewards of that, of being able to get that pin and not have to worry about maintenance and upkeep and whatnot, because it's not 40 years old. Oddball, how you doing, mate? How are you doing? We're just chilling here. I had a finish up the gig. Wanted to relax with you guys. I almost did in the last couple of days, but I was just kind of tired, and I was like, you know what, Sid, let's take a break. But today I got done early, got home, and I was like, I'm gonna take a little nap. And I did for a bit, and then I just kind of rested, and I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna go stream and set everything up. Everything still works. No harm, no foul. Look at me now. Oh shit, that's too much. Say bye. There it works. It's still a little bit too much. Let me put a little bit more bigger. There we go. And now we're talking about doing a pinball stream, and I was talking about the different venues. I really think might do the BRI sometime, because that wouldn't be a bad place to go. There's some places up north, but they're not. Let me see something here. Let me see how the map works. As long as it doesn't put a little burper where I am, we can look at it together. Pinballmap.org. Oh, it's .com. I'm sorry. I think I told y'all .org. That was a lie. Just like the Quantum Leap thing. Just so we're clear. Guys, get ready because things are about to get heavy. Jump up because we're about to bump up, and get down because there ain't no clown in this here town. Get ready because we have DJ Doey coming in with that pipe and hot, won't stop. Skitty bop, oh my god, pick it up. Now it is complete. Now we have the Voltron Funk Phenomenon. Como son lade. Guys, if you don't know about DJ Doey, then I'm gonna help you out like that. Oh, look at that. Someone already threw them up. Bless their heart. Let's fucking go. Guys, we got Doey in the house. Doey, how is your stream? If you guys haven't been to Doey, Doey does all kinds of good stuff. From soldering, to science, to games, to pinball, V-Pin. You got it, baby. That's where it's at, and it's good. It's delicious. And it's healthy. That's not a lie. Doey, how was the stream? What did you guys do today? Did not expect a Saturday night stream from the Sid. Good twice today, like usual. Ordered a couple of boards today. ADHD's around. Played some Starfield. Oh, right on, right on. Well, you came in a good time. We were talking about doing some pinball streaming, and in the future, and. Is it not going to let me? There we go. And I was looking at, oh shit, I got to turn this off and then turn it back on. And I was looking at the old pinball map of that little old town I live in called Phoenix, Arizona. Yeah, mate, I finished the show today. We tore it down, and we actually got done pretty quickly. Did not expect it to come down that fast. It was massive, massive show. I can share really for the Doey crew. I'll share the deal. So this is just a wiring diagram for the speakers. There's 8 clusters of 6. These are probably the 2 coolest ones. This is the wiring diagram for the speaker. Here's front of house. Front of house has the run out, and then it goes up in the sky 27 feet, rides along this truss, and then 2 go this way, 2 go that way. This is carrying power via L1430 and XLR for signal. Then also from here, we have a fiber line running. It's a 4-channel fiber, runs all the way back to here, carrying our primary and secondary audio snake source called Dante. And drops back here. There's a little audio snake that attaches to the network, and it poops out audio. So then we send these lines up into the sky. These are the red and pinks. 2 go this way for the mains, 2 go that way for the mains. And then on the ground here, these are the subs flanking the stage. And then we have our center fills here. The cooler thing is this heat map. This shows the coverage area. These are those mains from earlier. And then here is our delay line. And then here is the back of the wall. These are the chairs. They had this weird chevron pattern I've never really seen before, but god damn it, it's beautiful. And yeah, that was the show. And it's for 3,000 seats. I think it was like something close to that, like 29.97 or 79. And lucky me, it went off without a hitch. I think, well, they said it was loud. And I don't know if I was supposed to be upset about that. Ooh. I just found another place to go play pinball. Look at this. I never heard of this place. 22. It's on the far side of town. Like, this is way up. But it's this place called 007 Pub. They got okay. Ballery Old Town. Oh, wait. I'm an idiot. Hold up. There we go. Oh, it's the comic book store. I've been meaning to check this out, but I've been told that a lot of the games are not set up, and it's kind of like, meh. I think it was on here. Dante, it's great audio and protocol, but it's very, very expensive. So yeah, there's like a arcade over there too. Yeah, this place, Starfighter, that's the one that's like, it's not a bar, it's like an arcade, but there's a lot of kids, and it's free play, so there's a lot of just games half in the middle, and there's no one watching the game. So it's kind of nice, but it's kind of sucks at the same time. This place is pretty cool. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, there's a couple here. So BRI, we'll do that one. So this place has, oh yeah, it has a couple of really cool, EM games. Baloo, good to see you, mate. Yeah, I mean, the no booze thing isn't a big deal to me. I just wish it was, there was some way to, like, not have so many damn kids there breaking all the games, because, no one gives a fuck. Oh, there we go. There was that one game I was telling Doey about, roller games. I believe it was that one. Or no, wait. That was the one I was getting confused with. And I did it again, so I'm just going to never speak again. They do have Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. And, oh man, what was the other one that was really good? Dirty Harry. Yeah, they got Dirty Harry. That one's good. And then there's this comic shop. They only had 10 last time. I have to go check it out, because Oh, hey, another Evil Knievel. Gilligan's Island, Godzilla, Houdini, Jaws, James Bond, John Wick. Magic. Oh, cool. Matahari. Oh, that's a good one, too. Knight Rider. That one's good, too. Oh, cool. An EM Knight Rider. I played the Solid State. I thought it was Solid State. Maybe not. Maybe I'm dumb. Sharpshooter. That's awesome, too. Sorcerer is really cool. And then there's this other place here, Level 1 Arcade, but the problem with, god damn it, why does it keep doing that? Is that it's got these cameras over the playfield, but they're really hard to see at night. And then usually they're out of frame, and it's just really loud, awful music. Like, I walked into one a couple of weeks ago because I just kind of did a pinball tour around town, and that was pure trash. I was dying inside. I played some free games that people left, and then I just left. Yeah, there is something there. I think it's just a single game. Milano's Music Center. Disco 79. Ooh, interesting. Might be fun. Now, there's another place down here I've been meaning to go check out because they do have Bad Cats. Or they did. They don't anymore. Oh, well, never mind. I'm not going to bother. Do they have anything that I want? Stranger Things, Star Wars. That's kind of cool they got The Legend of Valhalla, but I'm kind of over that one. Halloween, but other people have Halloween. Oh, I wonder if they got this other places, Galactic Tank Force. Yeah, they don't have Bad Cats. They used to. Oh, they got... Oh, wait. Again, Doey, I don't mind Stern. We were just saying earlier that, like, one of the benefits to, like, if you live in a small town and you don't have a lot of pinballs out there, a lot of pins to play, a really good thing to do is to get on your map and hit these, like, 2... and, 1 and 2 in places at bars, and they're usually a Stern game. And a Stern game's replay and high score and all that is based off of the average. By default, it'll determine it from the average play. So if you have a bunch of filthy casuals driving on that and playing and they've never done it before, you could walk up, drop $1 on there, get the replay, maybe not get a high score, but learn the game, play again, get the second replay, because that's going to be a 40% increase or whatever it is, and then you'll also get the high score, and that's like 3 or 4 credits. Boom. You can just keep playing off of that until, you burn out your chances for any more high score dunking. Exactly. You're going to get good money, and it's not going to be too hard. And, I mean... even if you're not like, a pinball god on the game, it's not the worst place to play because you're not going to have anybody like waiting behind you. And since there's only 1 or 2 games, it kind of forces you to stick with this game, learn it, maybe take a break, go to the bar, get yourself a club soda or whatever the hell your poison is, surf your phone a little bit, think like, oh, you know what, I got to figure out, maybe look online, you might be able to get, there's full on Stern, if you go to their website,
they have really great. There's a Stern Insider is the name of the website. So if you go there or get it on your phone, it gives you like tips and information on how to play those games, and some of that stuff is like complete game changers where you're like, wait, so I'm just trying to shoot orbits? This is like the Getaway. I'm just gonna do that. Oh, I'm just shooting ramps? Cool, this is like, Attack from Mars. And you can kind of, go with that and learn like the different things that you need to do, and then come back to the game after you finish your club soda, or maybe have it in hand a little bit, and then waste it with that new sweet info meat. Yeah, the problem I have with a lot of Stern games is it's an overwhelming amount of things. There's so much going on. But you have to compartmentalize it all. Like, just play a game where you're just shooting ramps, or you're just trying to hit the lit targets. Like, that's all you're doing. I'm just trying to hit lit targets. I don't know what the fucking game is. I just smash the both triggers so I can just get through the screen. I'm hitting lit targets. Let's see where we go. Or it's a video that you can't hear that they're saying. Now I think it's Jersey Jack Games. They actually have a Bluetooth sync option, so you can sync your Bluetooth headphones to the machine, and you can have it go to it. And you see a lot of guys, big pinheads, they'll have noise canceling headphones, and they'll either be listening to their favorite Jock Jams album, or syncing in with that. So Stern games are basically what Blumhouse did with horror movies, which makes it super accessible, but also very bland. Yeah, there is a lot of overlap, which is kind of meh. But I'm telling you, just because you see a lot of Stern, I when I was in LA last, that place, it had nothing but Stern and one Jersey Jack game. I played all the Stern games. I had a really good time. I was getting high scores. A lot of those Sterns, if the arcade sets it up right, there's a software they can run, and you can have the high scores on a monitor that rotates, and so you can get on a leaderboard really easily, and for everyone to see. So those are really fun aspects of it, and I mean, I stumbled across one that wasn't, a place in LA where it wasn't covered with, or it's Anaheim actually, wasn't covered with big pinheads. So I was able to get like 1, 2, and 3 on all the. That was my goal basically. Once I went down the line, I went over and I'm like, oh no shit, number 1. Oh, that's cool. Oh, 2, 4. Well, we're gonna have to make that a 3. When we got 2, 3. Okay, that's good. 1, 5. We're starting with this one. And then I would go to that game and grind it out until I got a high score that put me at number 3 at the very least. And if I wanted to keep going, I would. And that was the game I played for that night, was just grinding those Stern games and getting better at them. Like Deadpool. I try to get the multi-ball going over and over. There's a really easy multi-ball to set up. And then there's a long-term multi-ball you can set up, and they're super fun when you're building it. The Elvira games, any of those Elvira games are absolute fucking gems, and the haunted house one is super super fun. I highly recommend that one. Trying to remember, I like the James Bond games. The last one I think they did, the 60th anniversary, I think is the name of it. That one is, I love that one a lot because it's kind of like the Beatles pinball table from Stern as well. It's its own beast. It's its own fucking thing it's not derivative feeling at all, other than it trying to be like an old pinball game. So all those things are really fun. I
I've kind of just, when I'm out looking, you know, and I see like nothing but Sterns everywhere when I'm, you know, out of town, I'll be like, ugh. But if I gotta play, I gotta play, man. And if it's a Stern, that's fine with me. I'll get better at it. So, Doey, let me give you a tough question. I don't know if you're still in chat or not, but let me give you a tough one. If you had to play a Stern game that's out there, what would you like to play? Like, let's just say they had The Getaway, Paragon, Golgar, or, wait, Golgar? Gordar? Whatever. You know what I'm trying to say. I can't think of his name. But you know, that guy. And then they had a Stern game. And that's what you had for like, you were there for like 5 hours or 6 hours. And you've got those games to play. What Stern would you be like, yeah, I could deal with this? And it could be the new ones. It could be anything new. It could be anything from the last 20 years. I think that's where Stern kind of built their name, was within the last 20 years. If you want, we could look at, let's go to Stern's website and we'll look at what they have, so you actually can see what's on the menu right now. Let's go to games. I think that's the page I'm on. So we've got X-Men, we've got John Wick, we've got Jaws, 007, The Foo Fighters, Venom, Rush, Godzilla, The Mandalorian, Elvira's House of Horrors, Stranger Things, Avengers, Jurassic Park, Black Knight, Deadpool, Star Wars, and Iron Maiden. Those are the ones you're probably going to see at a bunch of bars and a bunch of, you know, places like that. Well, do any of those franchises tickle your? I mean, are any of those something you wanna listen to? Let me ban them. Oh, weird. Star Wars or Foo Fighters? So let's see here. What do we have for the Star Wars? So we have. Yeah, this actually is pretty good. It's gonna doop doop doop. Yeah, the tie. Yeah, you know, and I played this. It's actually pretty fun. I got a high score on it, and it was the high score though. I don't know how I did it, but I did it. So don't take that away from me. Well, let's say you've got a nice environment. It's just like a laundromat, so you can listen to the dialogue until you're sick of it. And then you put on your headphones with the noise canceling. And then Foo Fighters. No photos of the playfield. Oh, there we go. There's the monster. Yeah, there's like a ball bounce guy. This one's pretty fun, but there's a lot going on here. But honestly, the game is pretty simple. You're basically trying to hit all these trick shots. Like there's a loop around. Here, let me get rid of me. So there's one that where you loop it around here, and it'll come, and there's a little flipper, and you try to knock it up this ramp or in this hook. And then there's this there's this ramp here. It's pretty tricky, and then you have these drop targets, and you're basically just doing those until it tells you to stop. there is a good story in there, and you can move it around. And that there's quite a few Sterns that do that, where you don't have to follow this progression. You can kind of just do however you want, and they're all going to have their challenge level on their own. But if you go, let me see, well, what I thought, yeah, maybe it's Insider I'm thinking of, but I thought they had like a deal explaining the game better. Game trailer. Oh, there we go. Oh, but this is like a feature breakdown. I just realized it's for their... Foo Fighters Pinball Pro Flyer, Premium Flyer LP, Rule Sheet. There we go. Oops. So here you go. You would probably want to prime yourself here before you went into it, so you could have like an idea of which ones are going to give you the most points, and you know how you're supposed to approach the jackpots or the build-ups for it, shit like that. This is actually a pretty big-ass damn manual, yo. Dude, that's crazy. And then, I guess, yeah, you have the final battle. Play all three Overlords multi-balls. Play both Austin and DC. Play Foobot multi-ball. Once all three of these have been done, and no multi-balls are currently running, the left ramp will light to start the final battle. Phase 1, hurry up to start at 10 million. Hit either ramp to complete the right ramp target to score hurry up and grow by 5 million. Hitting up to light Overlord to the Dave and Pat escape. Free the other 4. Blah, blah, blah. Phase 2, Dave starts at 100 health, 1 health per second. Fake Dave starts at 1. And then phase 3, multi-ball starts. Dave starts with 150 health. Overlord starts with 200. Oh, wow. All shots lit deals 5 hit point damage. Shoot Overlord target lit for super jackpot. Collect super jackpot to add ball. All scored multiplied by the number of balls in play. Defeat the Overlord to win. All of that sounds like a lot of fun to me, man. I might get a little bit burnt out on the repetition, but I really think that's true of all pens. You know, you play anything enough, it's going to be brr, brr, brr. But, yeah, I might actually follow my own advice here. So what's a game that I think is pretty damn cool? John Wick. Yeah, it is a lot of work. I mean, yeah, I see. So I like John Wick. I played this quite a bit. I think I'm at level 11 on it. Game features. Where's the rules? Oh, there we go. Specs manual. Whoa. Does it have rules? I don't think so. This is like more the fucking owner's manual. Well, I don't know. I don't see the rules. How am I supposed to give it up and not let it down or go around and desert it? How am I supposed not to make it cry or say goodbye? Or tell a lie and hurt it? We've been together so long. that I know the rules. Well, it knows the rules, and so do I. You know, exactly what I'm thinking of. I mean, couldn't get it from any other guy. Respecting effort camp, but the movies are on par with the Fast and Furious movies. If you can tolerate one, you can watch the others. Why is Elon Musk on the side? What are you talking about? I'm gonna get you with my Doji code. My Doji coin. Yeah, I don't know. There's that belief I have that sometimes they can't get the person's likeness because they have to pay money to them or something, or it's just really bad art. I don't know. Yeah, so personally, oops, it's gonna die out here. I like the first John Wick movie. I cannot say that about the second one. I really didn't like it, and so I never watched the third or the fourth because the second one kind of ruined the entire universe for me. And I was like, oh, fuck. Can I just go back in time where I didn't have to see this one? And it could just be the first movie? But I was told, sir, this is a Wendy's. So, got that going for me. So side question, skip this if you don't want to answer. Was a dick telling Microman to up the price to people outside of Sid Clan on that card? What? Was I a dick telling Microman to up the price to people outside the Sid Clan on the card? Yeah, I have no idea what we're talking about. So 12? Was it within the last 6 hours? Because I've been streaming, and I try not to read Discord while I'm streaming. I feel like it's rude, and people can tell. They know. Good God, they know. Oh, so Bam, you're saying that the third and the fourth are bad too? So here's my issue with it, is that the first movie, I loved the idea that he was this super natural weird character and whatever, but you know, everybody kind of knew. There was this wink, and I thought that was cool. You know, the whole scene where the cop shows up and, you know, oh, we heard some complaints of noise. Working again? Just sorting stuff out. Have a good night. I thought that was a really cool universe. I loved that. 2 ruined it when it basically stated that the entire inhabitants of New York or New Jersey or whatever the fuck they are all the entire population, everyone's faking their jobs at working at a fucking bodega, or being a busking as a violinist, or a dog walker. All these people are faking this because they're actually assassins. And they're all assassins. And they're all faking it. For who? Who? Tourists? I didn't see any goddamn tourists. All I saw was a city filled with assassins that all have the same shitty cell phone. They're like, oh, there's a hit out on Wick. 10 million. I guess that's a lot of money for a New Yorker. Oh, what? What the hell, man? It just... I'm sorry. I didn't mean to get upset. It's just, I was yelling that at the TV. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? They're all assassins? Who the fuck are they killing? Why are they pretending like they're dog walkers and busker, you know, what? Is anyone in New York real? I thought it was just like upstate New York where he lived, and the cops knew because like, oh, well, that guy, he's a made man and you just want to let him go. Okay, that's a cool universe. I'm in it. The entire city of New York or wherever the fuck they were? No. Yeah. Fuck that. I'm sorry, guys. I got a little upset. It's a topic I'm very heated about. That and greyhounds betting on humans racing. I just don't think it's right. Even though it seems like good retribution for the greyhounds, I just don't think that two wrongs make a right. Seems wrong, right? Yeah, everyone's a mercenary. That's the stupidest story in the world. I loved the character too. I loved the anti-hero. I loved the fact that he was a good bad guy. I hated the antagonist, you know, and I thought everyone did a good job for the most part. There's a little weird directing on some of the characters, but I wrote that off as mystery. Oh, you know, but I don't know, man. It kind of broke my heart. And then they made the two other movies, and I was like, ugh. I have them, like, on a drive somewhere to watch, but I don't know when that day is gonna come. Yeah, I loved it. He was just going around kicking ass. There. They were in ads. Well, for every ad, there's a dab. And with every dab, there's Sid Heresy. So, as far as taking something that you didn't design, having it fabricated, and then turning around and flipping it, you basically need to look at your license agreement for where you got the information to make that from, and you need to look at it very carefully, and more specifically, look at their response to resale. Now, typically, it's not a bad idea to just work out a deal where you get a licensing, where you send them a licensing percentage. But you have to get permission. You can't just assume that it's going to be granted. If you do small runs with your buds, probably not really that ethically of a bad idea. But you need to remember, it's not a cool thing to profit off of someone else's designs that they made and so forth. Now, you can write it off that like, well, I did the labor and I soldered it, and so you're paying for my time that I put that, and it's really only a very small amount, you know, $5, you know, $5 for the soldering I did. That seems like a reasonable trade-off. And there you kind of enter into a little bit of a more gray area, but the rule is like if you get it from GitHub or anything like that, you need to look and see which license it has. And most of the time, it's a non-profit license. So you cannot sell anything for profit, no matter if you work your labor in or anything like that. That's why all the stuff I pulled off GitHub that I've made like last year, I haven't sold. I've traded and stuff, and I've given away a great deal of it because it does me no good. I can't sell any of it. It literally says on the board, "Do not sell." So on some of these, so obviously, you know, you can't claim ignorance or anything like that. And I mean, honestly, I should know better by now. So I don't know if that answers your question, Doey, or if it's exactly related to it, but that's where, whenever you're doing a project like that, you need to be mindful of. Because it honestly, it can hinder the development of other things. You know, if you can work out something where you might be able to give them a licensing and be like, hey, for every 50 I sell, you get $500 or $1,000 or whatever, you know, that seems excessive, but you get my drift. You know, if you can work out some sort of deal like that, that's a possibility. But usually a lot of these people want to work with established brands or storefronts or whatnot. So just keep that in mind too. Where are we at on time? It's 11 in the PM. That's cool. Let me see here. Oh, there we go. So Tuesday, let me check actually. We should have our parts. I should have a tracking number for. Mauser! Track your package. Your package is in the sea. So it'll actually be here on Tuesday. So we'll have to sit around and twiddle our thumbs. It might get here sooner though. It's coming from Texas. But, you know, the bad weather and all. Yeah, fair. Yeah, that's what I was just saying. Look into that and find out what the rule is. I think I remember, I didn't get to look at it too much, but I think I remember it was from Adrian, from Adrian's Digital Basement. That guy's really chill. And he probably would have a stipulation for the number of runs. So he might say like a 5 or a 10 run is fine. So you might check with them. He's a chill dude, so I mean, he's gonna get this kind of question from time to time anyway, so he may even have an FAQ on it. He didn't design it? Oh, I thought that's where it came from. My bad. Well, whatever. Never mind then. Okay, so he reviewed it. Well, yeah. I don't know where it came from then. I haven't had a chance to look at it, so I'll have to dig my nails into it and get better. Looking at the GitHub, redistribution use in source, binary and manufacturing forms without modifications are permitted, provided that the following conditions are met, and as list a few rules, but nothing about selling it anywhere. Okay. Well, I mean, if your hands are clean, your hands are clean. But that's how you answer that question. And whenever you're doing any type of deals like that, you just kind of have to look at that. This I kind of the rules that was put together by Rick Astley. And so we don't have to give up or cry or say goodbye. There's a lot of clones out there being sold for a lot more than I'm asking, and the designers told Adrian, yeah, there are shits, they should be used for design. Okay. Well, yeah, man. I mean, that's really your due diligence, is just looking at that. So if you get that, then pretty much free and clear to sell it. If you think so one thing too you want to keep in mind is, you know, are you in that market? Are you established for that market? Things like that. So that's another thing you want to consider. But that goes down more to like how many do you want to get pre-made and whatnot, or preformed. Charge more for people outside of the Discord. I don't know about that. That's just up to you, man. I give you guys all the time the buddy discount. And I've given the buddy discount plenty of times. There's nothing... And the Discord isn't so massive that you're going to have 50 to 100 people benefiting from that versus the 50 to 100 people that are going to be pissed off. I mean, it's either going to be fairly manageable number of individuals. And yeah, I don't see anything wrong with the buddy price. I do it all the time. I always want to give my friends the discount. I love you guys, and you guys do so much for me. It's only fair that I try to do something for you when I can. You know, it's just like picking up a tab or whatnot. You know, I mean, they're getting someone you know, their drink, or just, you know, hooking somebody up. So and it, you know, I don't mean to sound stupid or condescending, but it's just fucking money, man. It's fucking stupid. You make it, you spend it. It's a never-ending cycle. If you think you can get really fucking wild rich from doubling the price of something versus, you know, what you have there, all right. But, I mean, the math won't math, so why not just be chill about it and hook your buddies up? And, I mean, if it is available and it really is just a matter of knowing how to get PCB fabricated or knowing how to solder, then, you know, you're just closing that skill gap with a dollar amount. Which, I mean, is fucking capitalism, so what are you gonna do? Yeah, man, I mean... I haven't really looked at the project, so I know so little about it, and I don't really have an Apple IIe to benefit that from. I wouldn't mind one. That was like back in the day, and that was kind of how I learned a lot of quasi-programming, a little bit of programming. Oh, yo, 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 yo. We got Kelton in the house, mate. Prost. Good to see you. Actually wonderful to see you. Man, we've had a lot of great... I'm glad I got online. I really wanted to the last, you know, Wednesday and Thursday, but I just was like kind of tired, and I didn't want to be like a beep to you guys. But I got enough rest. I felt good. I took a little nap after I got done with the strike, and then I was like, let's party till we die. Ooh, when did I get this cut on my finger? Ooh, that's nasty. And yeah, streamed, and I love it. We haven't gotten any like real tangible work done, which is, you know, unfortunate. But that, you know, it's Saturday, man. And we have plenty of stuff to work on Tuesday. And we've gotten a little bit of some fun. We had a, I don't know. I can, if there's interest, if y'all are interested, I know some of y'all have been hanging out in the stream, and this would be maybe 2 or 3rd time they've heard it. But I'm more than happy to do my PA presentation on the rig that I worked on this week. It was it took 2.5 days to set up, and it honestly didn't take that long to tear down, so it was pretty cool. You're heading to bed? Oh, yeah, good time in there. Oh, well, it is pretty late over there. It's like, it's 1:30-ish, or getting to 1:30 over there in the doughy land? Or is it 2:30? For being here to raid? Oh, of course, man. Any old time. I mean, the honor's all mine. Thank you for raiding us. I super appreciate it. It's great to share the platform with you, man, and hang out with your crew.
And our crew, we go down the streets and we rustle up people and we say, hey, you over there. Yeah, you. Yeah, you look at me. 'Cause we run these streets now. And then we like jump at them, but they just run. And then we laugh. Yeah, that's good. We gotta do that more, boy. We gotta do that on Tuesday. 'Cause Wednesday's bad for me.
Back from a concert, my legs hurt. Oh. May I ask what the concert was? What the band was? Was it Falco? They have Rock Me Amadeus. Bavarian polka metal. Oh, yeah, duh, I'm sorry. Man, I know that shit's been blowing up lately. Like, I was on TikTok, and they were like, all my feed was like, you know, and it was like, I mean, I like the combination of the grinding, you know, sludge and the concertina or the accordion, whatever it is. And it's cool, right? It's tight. They mesh up well, you know? And you got that bass just like, do, you know? It's sick. But it's the tap dancing and, you know, the kind of, I don't know. I just don't like that. I think it's distracting. I really want to hear the bass. I don't want to hear the shuffle step kick. You know? It's stupid. Just like, what was it? Bavarian backwards rapping. I made that one up. That was a terrible idea. No, katana juggling. It's as stupid as that. I know that's not a music genre. Let's not dwell on that fact. Let's dwell on the fact that katana juggling seems like a really dangerous thing to be doing. You should be learning to spin it on your finger like a real human being. The pretzel mosh was insane. Oh my god. With the cheese? I'm not going to click on that link. It's going to rickroll me. I know. Actually, I heard they took that down and now they've rickrolled the rickroll, so. Yeah. This is terrifying. And kind of hot. Why am I attracted to this? What is wrong with me? $55-gallon barrels of cheese? Oh my god. Why do all my erotic fantasies just show up in chat? How is that the thing? Is that bad? Asking for a friend. Not me. I'm not my friend. Right? He's weird. And he likes cheese a lot. Alright, so no one seemed interested in me going over the PA for a third time tonight, or fourth, I can't remember which one it is, so I'm not going to do it again. Let's just say It was a 3,000 person PA, and it was 8 hangs of 6, and it was, I believe, the largest system I was ever in charge of. But I should also add, I did not do the calculations for the hangs or any of that. Some other person did it, and I just followed the map. But still, I mean, you got to be at least competent to follow the map. And then the show went off fine. There wasn't any feedback or any dumb stuff like that. It was a good gig. And I got a compliment from a lighting guy. And I didn't ask for it. And that dude doesn't dole out compliments. And I don't know. I really took it to heart because I didn't didn't see that one coming. So, anyways, it was a good gig. I felt good. It was really stressful. I was literally like sick for like the first day. I just felt like dog doo-doo. Like from the stress. And then not as bad the second day. And then third day about that. And then like once I met the producer and once I got these questions I had looming over me answered, it wasn't a big deal at all. I was out. So, and they seemed really happy with it. And you know, even though I did a great job, as I kept pointing out to the A2, I was like, I'll never see these people again. I could do the best job in the world. They wouldn't have the sense to hire me again. None of these guys do that. I don't understand why. I don't even care. I just know I'm not going to Anaheim in 2 months to go do that show. Because they're going to do it again in like a couple of months. And I'm like, yeah, I'm not part of that. No one's approached me. But yeah, good times. I had really good food in downtown Phoenix though. That was a super highlight. One of the guys I worked with is a big foodie. I've been wanting to have him on the stream for a while now. It's just been hard because I know it's going to be a very expensive stream of him and I eating for hours on end. And hours. Oh man, but it'd be such a fun one. Anyways, he's, like I said, he's a big foodie, and so we had a couple of opportunities to eat at these 2 places that were pretty cool. One was this little place, and I'd been in there before. Like someone I remember I was walking with or hanging out, they got coffee there or something, but there was a full-on restaurant, and we were there. We got cut. We were done at 5 o'clock, and he's like, lives way over on the west side of town. He's like, man, I don't want to go sit in traffic. You want to go get something to eat? And I'm like, yeah, man, it's happy hour. We should be able to get some good prices on some nibbles. And we got there, and I got some deviled eggs, and they were probably they were the best deviled eggs I think I've ever had in my life. They were just perfect. Not too much, not too little. It was just baby bear. And then I had some chips, and I had a really delicious cocktail. The whole place was just really awesome. I had a great time there. And then, was it the next day or the day after that? I think it was the day after. I can't remember exactly. No, it was the next day. We worked, and then we actually got cut earlier than we thought. So him and I went to have pizza at this really kind of famous-y pizza place called Cibo's or Cibo's, C-I-B-O, and oh my God, it was just next level Italian cuisine. It reminded me a lot of when I was in like Malta, and for a little bit Italy, but more Malta. I remember it, like the toppings and the ingredients that are used in like Italy and the Mediterranean for a lot of the dishes that we would consider Italian dishes are very different than what we put here. We kind of skim off like 40% of all these other ingredients. It seemed like, but homeboy put them on at the restaurant, the Chibo's. It was, oh my god, there were like so many fucking olives. I had no idea olives came in that many colors and flavors. I am not exaggerating. It was incredible. So that was a really fun highlight of the whole thing. Is just being able to have some really good downtown Phoenix food. And yeah. The next gig we have is in a week and a half. And I'll be going to... Oh, I can't remember. Back to California. I'm going back to Cali. Cali. I'm going back to Cali. I don't think so. Going back to Cali. Trying to think of any other fun info that I could legally share with you without getting in trouble with the legalese, legal bees. No, not illegal bees. You know what I mean? Or do you? Cheese me, Amadeus. That's kind of it. Yeah, we have a bunch of projects. We'll finish off the swamp, the Erkasimp swamp. I really owe you guys finishing up all these Eurorack modules that just need to get flashed, and I just need to get off my ass and install the drivers and everything to get the EEPROM flashers working. It's really dumb on my part. I just got, I got a lot on my plate, and I'm spinning that plate, and then I've got a lot on some other plates, and those are spinning too. I guess what I'm saying is I'm spinning plates, and I'm not on Star Search, so it's extremely disappointing. But fun. What time is it? It's 11:30. Yeah, let's cut it out here. I think we've had a good night so far. We will be back on Tuesday, and then Thursday, and we're just going to continue our usual schedule: Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, for the next about a week and a half. And then I'll be out of town for that week. I'll try to do an IRL stream Tuesday, isn't it? Yes, yeah. Short. I'll maybe try to do a stream on from there, but I don't know. It's just I haven't even been to that. I don't even know if I've been to that part of California, so I don't even know what to expect. We'll kind of look at it when we get closer to it and try to decide if it's good or bad. Yeah. Other than that, guys, let's see who we could raid. Let's see. Do we have? Got astronomy show going on. I always like that guy. He's a good friend of the stream. He's a good cat. You know, the more I say it out loud, the more I'm into it. Let's see. Yeah, let's go raid Homie. I like that idea a lot. He's a great guy, and big hearts to him. Let me give you the old socials there. If you like those social medias and you like to be on them and you like to, you know, see stuff on it from other people that you enjoy, and maybe you enjoy me, then there's a link for it. I think everything's up to date. It'd be really awkward if it wasn't, but also wouldn't exactly be weird. No. We're going to raid out to our buddy Astronomy Show. He's looking at the beautiful night sky tonight and telling us about all the different stars and planets and a lot of science. He's a really chill, really wonderful person. I think you guys are going to have a good time. I think I'm leaving you in good hands with them. Guys, I want to thank you again, everyone that came out and hung out in the stream. You guys are fucking ledge. Just straight ledge. I appreciate every one of you, and it was just a wonderful night. It's good to come back and see you guys chilling on the weekend. Can't wait to see you guys on Tuesday and Thursday and maybe next Saturday. We'll see how you make it. I hope you do. Let's GTFO over to our buddy here, Astronomy Shizo, and go party with them. Take care of yourself. Have a good rest of your weekend. You know, hug your loved ones. Hide your wife. Hide your kids. Hide your husbands. No, don't do that. They'll feel annoyed. Hey, Aesthetic. See you later, mate. Take care. Have a good rest of the night. Aesthetical, I should say. Let me give the old dissolve. That's pretty slick if I didn't have to say it with my voice. And graphic overlay. And then I'm going to bump the jams for the outro. Check it. Beatty was his name. Beatty was his name. Beatty was his name on Buck Rogers, the game. Buck Rogers was the show back in the 80. Buck Rogers, Buck. Whoa, Buck.